welcome in. And Queena, thank you so much for the Prime. I appreciate it. Hope everyone is doing well today. I'm gonna get straight into it. I'm gonna do my commissions first. By getting straight into the Archon quest, you know, we're not gonna waste unnecessary time. I will do my dailies, but I will not waste extra time. I'm gonna have to binge all of Misty Dungeon at once at some point, because it's ending in like 4 days. But welcome in status wall. Also, I changed this team against this boss because I had oh my god, it's really loud. Because I had Xingqiu in this team for Hyper Bloom, but this team, like, you don't really need him, you know? So I was like, oh, I'll just replace him for now with Jean because I'm dying. This, I don't know if you guys have done this boss yet. It's like the new one. I'm sorry, I'm gonna turn down the volume while I'm fighting. Maybe I'll turn down like everything, like. But I already have it like this, you know? Like the dialogue is at 10, everything. Like the SFX is at 4. What kind of volume is this? But this boss hits really hard. It's very alarming to me.
Nowhere to run.
Have to dodge this.
I swear by my sword.
And welcome into Codian. How are you?
Judgment is upon you.
Oh my god, he left the circle immediately. That's so sad. I'm sorry, I've only been fighting this boss on mobile, so I'm very confused. Ah! Ah! Oh my god, I almost died. Everyone's fine. Everyone's fine. This team isn't very synergistic now. It's because Jean doesn't really have artifacts. I just put her here just for fun. Because I swear I have like lag, okay? I've been beating this boss consistently for like a while now. My Farina's quite high. My Farina's like level like 70, okay? I swear I've been doing good. Okay, that's fine.
Barbados.
I'm gonna Jean up and welcome in Angel without the X. How are you? How's everyone doing today? I keep thinking it's Monday, but I'm so glad it's actually Wednesday. That makes me feel a lot better. Wah!
Seems like an emergency.
You bring out Yunfei for the fight? Nice. How is your Yunfei built? Is she built for, is she like the DPS?
Your sins weigh upon your soul.
Angel, hold the X, exactly. I'm learning. But I've fallen into a terrible habit, you know? X-Men. Maybe you could learn to accept it if it meant you could be part of the X-Men, I guess? I mean, the X-Men are kind of cool, right? Nothing wrong with that. I didn't mean to check that. I meant to check this. You think she's built for DPS, but you're not sure. I see. Okay, I'm gonna do some commissions while I wait for that to respawn. I have to do it like 3 times. This team is the team I have right now is kind of weird. I don't think it works. But it's like, I guess Xingqiu has damage reduction, so it's kind of nice. But Jean feels entirely useless for that fight because like he just moves out of the circle, so that's not very helpful. I haven't looked at her artifacts in a while. Fair. You've abandoned her. You should have stuck with her. You know, she feels sad. I guess I'll just leave Xingqiu in. I guess it doesn't. He can have like a somewhat of a shielding, but he's not doing any damage. What do we want for our? I'm just gonna do my commission team because I can't be bothered. But I was using Nubula in the talent domain. And I had like Sucrose in. Like I had HA Venti, right? But I had Sucrose in. When there's no enemies that can be ventied, you know. Because otherwise it's kind of otherwise he's kind of useless, right? So then I was like, oh, let me bring in Sucrose, but she's so squishy. I don't know, like, how much HP does your guys' Sucrai have? Because mine only has like 12k or something, like 13, something ridiculous, and she just dies. And Baiju's shield is not enough, you know. She's level 70, so I guess I could do more, but she's like. Like, okay, I leveled up. Okay, this is not HP. Maybe I need to give her Thrilling Tales. Maybe she'll survive more by Thrilling Tales. Maybe I need to give her Artifact. We need to give her artifacts with HP percent, you know? Like, cause she's dying. She's just dying all the time. And welcome in, Lennox. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. How are you? Which one? Which one? This one. She's resting after carrying the team for so long at the beginning, but maybe she misses you. Maybe, I feel like you can make a really epic team with her and Farina, no? Like, okay, Yanfei, help your carry. Yanfei, Bennett, no. Maybe you want to put in like Jean. Yanfei, Jean, Benny. Yanfei, Jean, Benny, and then
Will
Farina.
gliding be faster?
Or maybe an additional
Time for
Hydro.
takeoff.
Dodge this.
I don't know. Think about it. Think about it. You know, like playing glass cannons in games, you're a tank enjoyer. I am kind of a glass cannon enjoyer in games like Pokemon and stuff like that. In this game, it doesn't really matter because like you have 4 party members, right? So like, you can have like a shielder, right? So you could just like have a shielder whose shield basically just break.
Let's play.
And it doesn't really matter. And you can have like a healer and stuff.
Think you can get away?
But the problem is the team I was running her
Brace
in,
yourself.
the shielder is not that strong. Like most of the shielders in the game aren't like incredibly strong or anything. Kind of dying here. Can he kill? No.
Cool it.
Fine. And welcome in, Maestro. How are you? Yanfei's super good. Legit pretty good actually. She's super convenient in many ways. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Like in certain situations, I mean, I guess in many situations, like having like, firstly, she's like a range character, which is the main reason I was using her. She's very strong against the Oceanid. That's when I was using her. But she also has like a shield, pretty good, and she's like decently strong for 4-star as well. Cause like mine wasn't very built, and she was still doing like decent damage. Like enough to do the Oceanid.
The wind rises.
Ah. 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 Feeling a lot better from my stomach issues now. I'm ready to eat. Let's go. Yeah, that's one of the worst things about being sick. Okay, no, maybe not one of the worst things, but like, a silly, or like one problem that you have when you're like if you're like quite sick. Like when I had COVID, I like didn't eat for so long. Like I didn't have like a proper sized meal for like a week, you know? And it's like, man, food is actually really good. Like obviously that's like a side effect of like other issues, but like, you know,
Squall and fury.
it's nice to be able to eat food. Whee.
Catch the wind.
This is my second to last. And okay, most of the time when I'm playing, I just want to play like, I just want to play as like Kaya because it's like, it's just very convenient because
The wind rises.
like you don't have to like worry about like anything because he just, I made him like a physical damage dealer, right? So you just can like, just attack, you know? Like he does decent damage just attacking. You just mash one button and it's fine. Unlike a lot of other characters who might have more going on. You know, I like a good simplicity, you know? I like consistency. I like simplicity. I'm not very good at rotations yet. I've been practicing. I got the Linny one down pretty good. He kind of needs that, but my Nuvolet rotations are very questionable. And I keep changing his team now, so I'm not sure what his final team will end up being. I was really liking like the pre-Farina team, but now I feel like I should use Farina with him, so. Oops, I was supposed to talk to him again. Hello, Musheng. I was given the thing I have the most of. Because I'm like, when will I ever use my 400 berries, you know? No one cares, Musheng. Just eat the berry and move on. Hello? Okay, bye. He disappeared into the
Squall and fury.
into a ghost. I think I'm lost. I think it's this way. Okay. I figured it out. Yeah, I haven't done any of the Mystery Dungeon event either, but I saw some of it and I'm like, what did they do to Misty Dungeon? Misty Dungeon used to be so fun and now it looks lame. Like, why are they doing that? Like, I remember the first time I played Misty Dungeon, it was such a blast. And even the second time was like fine. But now it's like even worse. Like, it's just like, I feel like every time it comes back, it gets worse. Even though it was such a good event. Which is very rare, you know? Because a lot of events are so, like, especially combat events are like so boring. Like, they're just like super, super repetitive. Misty Dungeon was actually fun. And I can't really quantify what about it was fun, but I could just tell you that the one right now is bad. Okay, let me fight this boss 2 more times. Now that I'm back on the, I've acclimatized to the PC one. It's a musty dungeon, yeah, it's an old musty dungeon. And it's not fun anymore. Also, like, you could only use okay, I think what was fun about it before is like they gave you a lot of child characters and that you could, like, for me, as someone who doesn't have a lot of characters, I was like, oh, that's really fun. I mean, okay, that's not to say I don't have a lot of characters, but like, you know, there's a lot of characters where it's like I like playing them, but I don't necessarily want them, you know? Like, I don't want to waste my resources getting them.
Let me weave you a verse.
Mind the side effects.
Come on, Baiju. I should have caught the particles with Baiju. This is a mistake.
The doctor will see you now.
Recently, I've been having a lot of energy problems with Baiju. I think it's because he switched from, he doesn't have his main weapon would be like prototype Amber. And I think that gives you particles, if I remember correctly. So I think that's actually why,
I'm used to it.
like, I died.
That's my
Firstly, I died.
time.
But I think it's also why, like, his energy has been, like, off.
Mind the side effects.
Okay. And I think I should use this for damage reduction.
Seems like an emergency.
Okay, heal up Sino. Heal up Sino one more time. Oh my god, stop.
The doctor will see you.
Heal up Sino one more time.
As you wish.
Catch the particles. Ha! Hey, stop that. What? He has a sword? Oh my god, I never saw that before.
Surrender. Your sins.
Yeah, I think it's, I was wondering why it was happening.
You stand condemned.
I dodged that. I pressed that button. Come on, it's the lag of the controller. You heard it here first. I don't know what he's doing. I don't know what he's doing. Is that murder?
Body and mind.
A bitter
I
pill
don't know.
to swallow.
But yeah, I think that's why I was having energy
Taking a
issues
turn
this
for the
time.
better.
Which, because he was very close to not having energy before, you know. So it was he was at the bare minimum kind of vibe. So where'd you go?
Nowhere to run.
I think I need to give him his weapon back if I'm gonna use this team. It doesn't have Nubalat. The thing is, my prototype Amber is R2. I wish I could separate it. I don't know why it's R2, and I don't know who had it originally. That I wanted to refine. He died again! Baiju's shield is not very strong, honestly. But this guy hits really hard,
Let me
so
weave you a verse.
it's kind of fair. Okay. Let me just switch him back and see how it does, I guess. It might feel more comfy. But it's just annoying because I'm like, you know, that's what Nubalat should have. And I'm gonna forget to switch it back. I can't be bothered. I wish I could make a second one, but I don't have the billet. But the one I have is R2. I wish I could undo that. Where can I craft it? Is it Leah? I think so, right? I don't think I have the billet. I wish you could just unrefine it. That's okay. More than that though, I would want like I want the ability to uncondense resin. Like surely, like I don't even mind if it costs something, you know? Like if it costs something, I don't mind. I mean, it would cost something because you would lose the crystal fly, you know? Like, it's silly. Why can't we uncondense? That's not what I want to make. Yeah, prototype Amber. I don't have the billet. Yeah, 2 crystal flood uncut. I would take it. I would take it. Sometimes you condense your resume and you're like, ah man, I have to do a boss. Or like you realize that the event is happening, where like you get like the double. And you're like, why would I do why did I do that? Man, I don't have any billets. Too bad. I think I have the wrong ones. I don't have a oh yeah. I have so many of the other ones. What the heck? I guess I don't even have one of these ones, so can't convert it. Even though it would be nice for him to have the other one. So right now he's on Thrilling Tales. And it's oh, I just want to undo that. Okay, one more boss run and then I will start the Archon quest. I have to wait for it to respawn. Maybe I'll revise my teams while I wait. So what I have right now is this is a team I have with Nouvellette. It's kind of like double healing. But I'm just unhappy with Baiju. I think his shield is too weak. Maybe, I mean, if I'm doing this though, I feel like I could just, but no, you kind of, okay, the thing is, Nouvellette needs a shield because the interruption resistance is kind of like getting interrupted is really annoying. But in my opinion, I keep dying if I don't have like someone else. So I wanted Jean as well. Cause I'm like, isn't that the same? Like, cause if I had like Sucrose here, right? Like she's like my budget Kazuha. Like, if I can have Venti on this team, if it's like the enemies are small, but if the enemies are big, then I was gonna have Sucrose, but Sucrose keeps dying. So then I was like, I'll just put Jean. Like, is it the same? She's like I'm gonna put her on Viridescent. And like it'll be like the same thing. You know, like Sucrose is just a Viridescent bot basically. So like and she does the same thing and she does more damage and she heals. So I was like, that's probably fine. Even though having 2 healers seems kind of redundant, but it's probably fine for Farina. And I have this team with just her. I don't know what to do with it. So it's impossible to tell what gender Genshin characters are based on their names. Because they have like fake names. The only ones are, I mean, I guess there's like Jean, Bennett. And then I'm sure like, maybe like the other language names are like gender coded, but I think some of them are not. And like a lot of the names are made up as well. But some of them names are like somewhat of names in other languages, you know? Like, but Kazuha, okay, Kazuha's not a good example because it's like, I guess gender neutral. But like in another one, I'm sure there's one. They're Animal Shielder? I don't think so. Yeah, Baiju is really nice because he like combines the 2 roles, right? Like he does both things for Nouvellette's team, which is really nice.
Remember,
but
health comes first.
Maybe mine's just like not well built. I don't know.
Surrender.
I don't seem to have like. It doesn't seem to be good for me. Ow! I keep getting hit.
Witness the power of good work.
Nowhere to run. Come at
I feel
me
like
again.
I'm dodging
Your
those too.
sins weigh
That's
upon
silly.
your soul.
Could have stopped that. That's risky. That was too risky. I don't like it.
Rain outlines your fate.
It's the only one that heals the whole party, and it's on a skill too, which is
Taking
really
a turn
nice.
for the better. A bitter pill to swallow.
I feel like his shield is quite weak.
Futile.
And for a character as squishy as Sucrose, it was a bit of a problem.
Wings of darkness.
Judgment is
Oh,
upon
okay,
you.
okay. Yeah, he definitely has energy issues without Amber. I can tell. Prototype Amber. Okay, see, I'm actually dodging those. I'm in true gamer mode. Okay, I didn't dodge that. I was a bit too
The
late.
doctor will see you now.
Sino died! Oh my god, he died like the second I swapped him out. Everyone keeps dying!
Let me weave
Why
you
are they
a
like
verse.
this?
Health comes first. Mind the side effects.
But yeah, but Baiju is a really good... Baiju is really interesting because he's like... like no one would even say he's like the best character, but for many characters he's like the perfect support. Like for Sino, for example, he's like so good.
A bitter.
Okay, go, 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 go.
Making a
Hyper
turn for the
Bloom.
better.
Hyper Bloom.
Justice is served.
Okay, just kill him, just kill him. Just kill him! Nice. Easy peasy. Didn't even die twice. But yeah, I think it made me realize how few healers heal like the entire party, even if they're off field. And the options for like a good element healer shielder is very slim. So I'm assuming they're gonna release more like full party healers to like cover all the elements. Because right now it's really just Baiju and Jean, right? And everyone else is like they kind of have it, but it might be like just their burst, right? So I think they're probably gonna release more, like considering like to go with Farina, I guess. I guess yeah, Yao Yao as well. But then like in that case, I think Baiju is better, right? And it's still like, and she requires field time for that, which is like fine. It's still fine, obviously, but like it doesn't feel like there's like a perfect healer to go with Farina yet. So I'm sure that's coming. I'm sure they're gonna they release Farina. They're gonna release Farina, and then they're gonna be like, they're gonna release a perfect like pairing, and then you'll pull for, and then be like, ah, I should have pulled for Farina. You know, like they always do that. Wait, where'd you go? Oh, there she is. I just went slightly too far. Okay, so now I have her. Oh, I got exactly the right amount. Look at that. I just need to wait for these to respawn tomorrow, and then she'll be level 80. So she'll be level 80, and I have her on this right now. She has 170 ER, which can be higher because her weapon's level 70, and I have the fishing weapon for her. And she'll have a lot more HP once I level her up. But her artifacts are like good. Like I think they're good enough. I'm not gonna like, I'm not gonna continue farming. I don't care. And I'll do her talents, of course. And then she'll be like pretty much done. She wasn't that hard to build because I had so many of those artifacts. Like I have so many of the Golden Troop artifacts because I was farming for Nubula and Linny. And I got so many of the wrong pieces like every time. So I actually had like a lot of like I have actually like additional pieces for her that I could roll and test out, and they could end up better. But I just don't have fodder. I just have so many of those pieces though. You forgot Yao Yao existed. Yeah, I feel like Yao Yao is like kind of underrated.
Guess all the
But like
survivors must have
also
evacuated already.
like she's like fine. I think it's just because there's not really like another really good option.
Could Farina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible.
Oh, Farina's supposed to be here, really? What goblet did you use? I think it's HP. I'm like, the goblet is not good. So this goblet is not really that good, but it has 10% crit rate, and it has 10% ER. So it's hard. I need to like, and she only has 60% crit rate. So like, I kind of need this 10%. I could use on a crit damage circlet. So I kind of need the 10% crit rate. So I need, if I replace it, like I was rolling this one, which rolled a lot of crit damage, and I was like, ooh, that's nice. But then I realized I need the crit rate. So I was kind of sad. So I'm like, you know what, it's fine. Like I don't think I'm gonna beat this really easily, even though that defense line looks real bad. I don't think I'm gonna beat it easily because like it has like the crit damage and it has the ER. So it's like I'm like, I don't think I'm gonna beat it. Maybe I'll try to get a better Sans. So, but again, the Sans has 10% crit rate, which is like a fair bit. So it is hard to replace. And in my opinion, the feather and the flower are pretty much perfect. I wouldn't change anything about them, so I'm not gonna roll other ones. I could probably roll more to like balance stats out, but then like these are perfect pieces basically for her, so I just like didn't bother. Yeah, the feather's really nice, and she has like, I think she's fine. Like I don't think she has to be like, you know, she doesn't have a crit weapon, so. And I was pretty happy that I was able to give her a crit damage circlet and not a crit rate circlet. Yeah, I want to change my team for this, by the way. I don't want this team for my Archon quest. I'm gonna replace Kokomi with Lumine for the immersion. And I guess I'll give her artifacts. So she's not like doing horribly, you know? This is a stupid thing to give her. It's the only thing that's leveled up. And I'm gonna give her something. I don't have any like backup noblesse pieces, I guess. This is not important. This is really not important. She's not gonna fight. She's really not gonna fight. I'll just leave it like this. It's fine. Okay. We're looking for Farina. I can't remember the last time we spoke. I guess we spoke to Farina at the tea party. So I guess we have to. Is that her? Ah! I fell. There she is. Aw.
That's Farina, right over there. She really is here all on her own.
Stay quiet.
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless.
Farina, you cannot give up.
What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead.
You have to save everyone.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Give up, Farina. There's no point in holding out. I'm sorry.
I think she really does like care about people, but she's just something's going on where she has to like. There's something going on where she has to lie, and like kind of act a certain way, you know. So, but we don't know what that is yet. I've heard of that show, but I haven't watched it.
Who's that?
It's just us. Hello.
Don't worry, Farina. It's just us.
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost
Farina, you don't
thought
have to.
were
You don't
someone
have to
from that
pretend.
mob
We
of
just
my
saw you
ignorant
crying.
Subjects, come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
Farina, you were crying just now, weren't you? The tear stains on your face are obvious.
What do you mean, tear stains? Oh, I remember. The show at the Opera House earlier this morning
Why are you
was
still
so
lying to us,
moving.
Farina?
I'm still trying to process it. Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were, disturbing my enjoyment of the arts? They even dare to tout their Archon. I must teach them a lesson.
You almost done building her? Let's
I
go.
can
Me
just
too, me
imagine
too.
their twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be found. Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Maréchaussée Phantom are freaking out
Maréchaussée, that's how you
next to
pronounce
them,
it?
too.
I was always saying Marchus, which is definitely not right. Stop trying to act tough, Farina.
Of course not.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there!
We'll protect you, Farina. Don't worry.
Quick, after her!
We need it. We need information from you. What are they gonna do against her?
Farina, those people seem to be after you.
They are? They're just some rabid fans who want to cut the line because they haven't been able to meet me in
Delusional.
person, aren't they? That's against the rules. I can't let them get their way.
Run, 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 run away.
Farina just ran off.
They're like, hey, is that the Archon? She's like, no, it's not me. And then she just runs away. Guys, you shouldn't hang out here. You're gonna die. Like, you heard what happened here. Do not. Why are you here? Those people are so dangerous. I love them running silently. Like, this feels really awkward. I'm sorry. The silent running. Oh no. It's completely silent.
This should be the place, right? Hey, Farina!
We love her, but she's delusional.
There's a good hiding spot
Yeah, she's delusional on purpose or for some reason. And we're gonna find out that reason today.
What is this place?
Hurry, they're almost here!
What is this
Fine,
place?
fine. I suppose haste is warranted. Lead the way.
Why did she say what is this place? Hello? Okay, it was just loading this small room. Okay.
Paimon's exhausted.
I'm so tired. I totally thought they had caught me. No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed.
You might want to lower your voice. You're just like
You're
Paimon.
right.
Yep, that's a good girl.
Paimon!
What's happening? The ground's shaking. Is it an earthquake?
Another disaster just struck, I suspect.
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the
Uh-oh.
flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
It can't be. It's happening again.
Oh no, where are they gonna flood next?
There's no need to worry too much about that. Novelette's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother this time.
Yeah, Farina, we have some questions for you.
I hope you're right. But the people of Poisson, they've already...
Has Farina finally reached her limit? Now that she's talking about her actual feelings, she's starting to look far less stiff. You begin to talk amongst yourself as Farina slowly calms down.
It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years. I once had informants all over Teyvat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me.
Feeding
I've
information
tried
back to
all
me.
kinds of ways too
Sorry.
to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing. But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end.
She sounds so
Really?
different.
The truth has been clear to me for a very long time. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly
No,
principles
we hate
will
the
have
heavenly
its way,
principles. We'll
and
fight
the
them with you.
prophecy shall be fulfilled.
But even then, you still haven't given up, right?
Give up. I do.
She's
love
finally
the
being
sound of
real.
that
Like,
phrase.
one moment. Just literally
It would
one moment
mean
of her being
finally
real.
coming to terms with fate, but also for me to finally be free.
But that would also mean all hope would disappear.
Indeed. I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we almost lost Poisson. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so many people have already lost their lives. But just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else. As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late. Don't worry.
Okay, let us help
I
you,
will
Farina.
keep hope alive for everyone until the very end. Well, that's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden.
Ah,
But
Farina.
honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't
I
a
wonder
good
if this
fit
is
at
like-
all.
I wonder if this is legitimately like a defense mechanism. Like this is like legitimately like her doing that like emotionally, or if it's like something is interfering. Like something is controlling her, and something's interfering, and it like snaps back. But I have a feeling it's just her.
Don't take any of what I just said
Actually, no, that's
seriously.
weird. That's a weird thing
How
to
could I
say.
possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial
Like I feel like she's
prophecy?
like programmed to act a certain way, and then she just like straight off, and then they just went back.
Paimon could have
That's
sworn
kinda
you
weird.
were actually being honest just now.
Running out of time. We can't go back to square one like this. I have to get more information out of her. Farina, you might not have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone, your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
We're gonna be the one person she can confide in. But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, You can still choose to confide in someone, like me. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness. Yes. I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars.
I really like
yes.
Farina's design now too.
In other words, you never
I never really looked closely at it
belonged
before, but
here.
it's very nice.
And if Tevat is
Her hair
in
is
its
weird as hell, though.
entirety a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you?
I want to cosplay her, but the hair,
If
man, the hair is gonna
that's
look.
the
The
case-
wig is gonna look crazy. I don't know what they're gonna. Like, I don't know what it's gonna look like. It's like Ganyu's hair. I'm not talented at styling wigs, so things happening. What? How did we do that? That was our trap? I totally forgot about that. I got fooled like Farina. How did we get her there?
Ladies and
Wait,
gentlemen,
is Linny like the
this
best
concludes
magician in the
my
world?
opening performance.
How did he get us from
Now,
all the way?
without
We
further
were in
ado,
Poisson.
we may proceed to the trial of our god.
What?
So this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic
Excuse
stakes.
me, how did we get here?
Do not forget,
Lily, what
however,
the hell?
that I am Fosalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice
Farina,
to
you are
trial?
not the very
May
concept
I
of
interpret
justice.
these words
You falsely
as your
accused Linny. Don't you
refusal to
remember
stand
that guy?
trial? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
Hello, Cloran.
You would draw your blade against a god?
She would definitely win, Farina.
I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
Paimon can't believe it.
I don't think Farina can fight.
just
I don't think Farina's strong. Better not betray Traveler for helping Farina. Don't tell me better not betray Traveler for helping Farina. Wait, what? Sorry, I don't understand. And welcome in amongst you. I wish Cloran would draw a blade on me. Same. I mean, it should be Cloran. I really like Cloran because she reminds me of Caitlyn, as I've said many times. Caitlyn. But her shirt, as you just saw, I really don't like her shirt. Like her jacket, I don't like it.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender
Yeah,
to
I don't think Farina
human?
is strong, like physically.
How utterly humiliating.
I don't think the Archons have to be physically
What is the
strong.
meaning of this?
Nahida is not.
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always
It's okay,
an indication
Maestro.
of surrender.
I think you just worded it weirdly.
Looking for excuses again,
I didn't
huh?
understand.
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary. I will admit
Yeah, her outfit's really
that
cute.
I've
Farina's
been
outfit is
running
cute.
away for a
I think I
long
would prefer
time.
Wayne that too. Whatever the
sorry,
hell Cloran is
everyone.
wearing. That is
I
not
was
comfortable, by the
unable
way.
to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial
It's too.
for
It's
my crimes.
look. I have a limit of fan service, and like I understand it's a gacha game, so I can handle like a certain amount. Like I'm like okay, like I'm playing a gacha game. I get it, but there's some like it doesn't mean I have to wear it, you know, and it doesn't mean I can't point it out.
You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I too am exceedingly disappointed in myself. But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and
Oh, her
resolve.
the thing on her back is really
I,
long too. The
Farina,
the
will
coat
use
tail.
this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice.
Let's
this
go,
time.
Farina. Yell.
I will protect you.
What? Protect who?
Applaud and rejoice.
Who's she talking to?
One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now
Farina, you're still hiding secrets.
unfolding before your
Can you open
eyes.
up?
Mark my words. This shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever.
Nouvellette, can you shut her up?
The trial
I don't think
of
the
Hygo
defendant should be able to
Archon,
talk this much.
Thussalor, will now begin.
Woo! Woo!
Oh, now we're making
This is so fun! Nouvellette's like so annoying.
I feel like Farina just took over the whole thing. Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand trial for her
What's her
crimes?
crime?
Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time, right?
All right, then. Who will be my opponent in this trial?
Oh no, it's gonna be
The
us.
court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
It's us! I don't want to be the. Okay, fine. Thank you, Your Honor.
Is that so?
Why do I do
Very well.
everything?
Then
This is
please
your
speak,
country.
witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent.
We were so close to getting her to tell us the truth, and it still turned out like this in the end. It's okay though. As long as we can defeat Farina in court, we still have a chance to figure everything out. Imagine Risley's reaction when Farina shows up to the fortress of Meropine. Like he's like, like this is your inmate, and like what are you gonna do?
Please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins. Just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Farina, you love being up here.
We did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain
Okay,
clothes.
no one cares,
and came
Navia.
to the
No one cares
Opera
about this
House
part
as
of the
regular
plan.
audience members, waiting for the perfect
I
opportunity
like this art
to
style
incite
though.
insurrection against you.
It looks cool.
The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to
Our
Poisson
analysis
by
of you.
yourself. So, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
So, you mean the ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from the Spina?
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box.
How
so
did
you
they
may
get us-
personally
Wait, Linny, can
participate
you
in the
reveal
greatest
how the
magic
magic trick
performance
works?
in all of Fontanian history.
How the hell did we get all the way there?
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the
Yeah, where
Opera
someone
Epic
died?
House,
You remember that?
the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Areneas.
Oh,
Its
were they pretending the
cargo, of
earthquake was
course,
like the box
was
shaking?
an Archon instead
There's
of a human.
no way.
My
I'm
thanks,
sorry, there's no
Farina.
way.
Without your help,
IRL,
we could never
like-
have pulled off such
I mean,
an
we talked about the
extraordinary
trick last time, right?
performance.
Like the person who goes in the box must be a
you're
plant,
welcome.
right?
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a
Because like
massive amount
IRL,
of
you would
labor
feel
and
it
mora to
moving.
pull
Like as
this off.
even as
We had to select a location,
even if they did like as
construct the
smooth
giant
as
magic
possible, like you
box,
would
dig
feel
a
it
tunnel,
move.
and open up a path through the water.
You would know that it was
a lot of
moving.
work for all of us.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the whole house?
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Sorry about that.
Then, I can guess Nervilette and Cloran's parts. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be
Where's her weapon?
immediately ready for a fight.
I feel like it doesn't suit her. She needs a
Also
cooler
that
weapon.
As soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I right?
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine
It's
would
like an Irish
accept a
thing, it
duel
kinda
with an
does.
Archon without
Might be.
flinching.
We need to get something better.
As for you, traveler,
But they can't leak her signature weapon, I
suppose
guess.
your role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you found me in Poisson. You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage.
No. My mission was to give you one last chance. We hoped you'd share your secret with us before the magic box arrived onto the stage.
Is that so? Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance. It's fine. It matters not. What's done is done. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to
Okay,
disappoint
time to do the
the
trial
audience.
thing again. I don't understand what her crime
Let's
is
see
though.
this trial through to
Is her crime just
very
lying?
end.
Yeah, the only thing we could do now is to judge the Hydro Archon. Still, I can't help but be a little bothered by the conversation earlier. What did Verena want to say to me right before we arrived on the stage?
Madam Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial.
Charlotte?
According to her, it should speed up.
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here
Oh, hi,
too.
Charlotte.
Hi, Charlotte!
This is like, the court is so
Oh,
disorganized.
no,
Everyone's just allowed to talk.
Isn't this the exclusive interview that she did with us before?
In the
So
courtroom,
she's
we're like,
already finished it,
hey! You're in the audience!
Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped foot in Fontaine! So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something.
Oh, what a
from our
nice
various
gift, Charlotte.
evidence
Thank
for
you.
document.
It's a super practical gift.
Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher.
Thank you, Paimon. Do we all need a refresher of what happened?
The Hydro Archon in the very first duel
Okay,
you
sorry, I
took
don't
part
care.
in at
Okay. I guess if you
The
forgot what happened,
prosecution and the
Archon Quest.
defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Let's go, Nouvellette.
Come on, Nervilette. There's no need to repeat all the unimportant legalese.
I like when she
Fast
does like,
forward to the part where the
it's not like a
prosecution
baby
lays
voice,
out
but
my
like it's funny.
defenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even been informed of my supposed guilt in all of this.
Yeah, what is her crime?
Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict me of a crime.
That's true, but my charge here is unrelated
Whoa.
to your conduct as an Archon. Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Wait, what was that? Lady Verena's a fraud?
No,
Hey.
astonished?
I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking her duty, but
I
Is that
am the
right?
true Hydro
she's not an
Archon.
Archon at all?
You are a
Charge
lie.
accepted.
I'm just trying to say a plot twist, you know?
Lady Farina, do you plead guilty to the charge?
Oh,
Lady
she's
Farina.
she's
I
guilty.
plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Faucilor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine,
Farina
a
de
member of
Fontaine?
the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine,
That's your title?
could be anything other than your true
That reminds me of
Archon.
like, remember there was an event where like Kujo Sara wanted the plushie, but the plushie had like the longest name, and then like it would like go off the screen. That was actually funny.
Even though Lady Farina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
Yeah, I've never questioned her.
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case.
How can we prove that she's
Many
the
of
Archon?
the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling
Well, if you were
their
pretending.
memory. See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor.
You made the
Are you
Oratrice.
sure you want to commit
it be
to a charge
trusted?
that will never be upheld? If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the god of justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation. We will treat everything that's happened as
What's
a
our
dramatic
proof, Lumine?
spectacle and move on with our lives.
An argument with near impossible odds, huh? We have to not only refute Farina's claims, but also overturn the long
The people only see us as their Archon because that's their long-held belief.
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let
You're
me
an oceanid,
ask.
Farina.
If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being
But just because
do
she's an
you think
oceanid doesn't
I
mean she can't be the
am?
Archon.
And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
What? So did like Cloud Retainer, and like Cloud Retainer is on an Archon. Checkmate. I gotta think carefully. What do we know to be special about Farina exactly? What do we know about child? Meeting with knave. Oh, can we reveal that information that we got from our Lakino? Oh, I guess I'm doing it.
First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race.
Yeah,
which
it
would
seems like
allow
a...
you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all, even if that wasn't the case, there could be other ways to extend your life.
Such as a curse.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low
But she knows
as
the
to
knave.
use a harbinger's
You could be
words
like
against me.
Dainsliff. Have you met a guy named Dainsliff? Doesn't matter who gave us information. What matters is the veracity of the claim.
A curse. I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse.
Makamin hero, hope you're doing well today.
But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
You sensed it too, huh, Nervalet?
So Farina, instead of an Archon, could you just be a cursed human?
Lady Farina is actually a human?
Dane lives a long time
it
as
is
well.
true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart. just by
Makamin
looking at them.
ticklish. Hope you're doing well.
It's not impossible.
You're doing good. I'm glad, hero.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being? Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority.
Yeah, what can we like
Gods
define?
can do what
Can we have some
humans cannot.
definitions first?
That's why they're worshipped as
Because we're also
gods.
like proving things that
For
aren't really
centuries,
that related.
manifestations of my authority have
Because you could
served
be
the
cursed
nation of
and a
Fontaine.
god. You could be a different being and a god. Like there's not like a type of species that's a god, you know? Cuz like Vanity was like a wind spirit. So like it, you know, like it's not really related.
One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider the endemnitium that is used in every aspect of life.
Wait, that one trial proved the opposite. Farina actually has no control over the Orchis at all. Linny, child's conviction. Yes.
You tried to reference the Oratrice. But weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans
That ain't
to
a defense,
comprehend.
Farina.
There is no need to provide an explanation.
Orchis Annalise Cardinal.
Lady Farina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order.
I'm
While
sorry,
the
but
court is in
like
session, the principles of justice and
the
the law
courtroom
must
sections
come
are like
before
so
all
like
else.
stupid.
While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost
This
the
would not fly in
defendant
like
this
debate
trial.
club, you know?
You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against
So
the
many
rules of the
logical
court.
fallacies.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Farina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
Fine.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice. Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
The real Hydro Archon. Well, now you're really losing me. It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the Oratories handed out that verdict unilaterally, and it has been operating independently ever since it was first created. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
Good point,
She's
yeah.
still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratories.
Sure, we could put the Orchies aside for now, but then Miss Farina, could you give us a brief demonstration of your power as an Archon?
My power as an Archon. There are many ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly demonstrate the formidable power of an Archon?
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
What's she gonna do?
You don't need to go that far.
A brief demonstration of your power over a Hydro should be quite harmless. Surely an Archon could at least match the capacities of a human with the vision. You can do it too. Does she not even have a vision? Or she doesn't even have, like,
is it that
Hydro
you
powers?
can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into Indemnitium! Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a more magnanimous god?
Isn't that a huge stretch?
You give up all your power,
No matter how
Farina.
generous
Surely
an
you have
Archon
some.
can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
It seems like nobody's buying Farina's excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please don't stare at me as if I was a liar. I'm still the same Farina you knew, right? The one that you loved.
She sounded like she was making up that excuse on the spot.
Believe in me?
So that's probably not the truth.
You've got to believe me.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And
Enough. That's enough.
You can't even show.
Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is?
That's not the point of the
You
trial.
have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such. Then what?
It's like a weird trial, because, like, how do you even prove it?
I'm not actually the real deal.
I guess, yeah, the only way to prove it is to find the real one?
How can we refute her now?
Is there really one thing that really
doesn't want to give
proves that they're Archon? Maybe the Gnosis? But the Gnosis is like in the Orchies, right? Or something? Maybe? Actually, we don't know where the Orchies is. Or we don't know where the Gnosis is. We can't prove that she isn't the Archon. We can only try to prove that she is just a human. And if she's only human... No! Wait, this can't be. This cannot be.
That doesn't sound right.
Oh, okay. I thought we were gonna be like, let's pour primordial water on her. Okay, that's obviously not the truth. What are we supposed to do? Okay, that's not it. Well, why let me do that? This right?
It has been
Okay.
established that all Fontanians can dissolve in
No,
water
wait, we're actually
from
gonna do
the
that?
primordial sea. And that means...
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to
We're
eliminate
gonna
all
pour
suspicions of
primordial
you being the
seawater
liar.
on her?
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor,
Navia's always
you must still
interrupting.
adhere to proper procedure.
You can't just do that in a courtroom. Not in
Super
Nuvulet's
sorry,
courtroom.
Mr. Chief Justice. I swear this really will be the last time that I'll speak out of turn.
No one believes that.
Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago, taking many lives.
Not long ago, wasn't it like today?
Including those of some of my closest friends.
Or like yesterday?
So, Miss Farina, would you dare to
I guess it
touch
was a while
some
ago,
of
I
the
don't know.
seawater? If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching the seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do is strengthen your case. But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess
If Lady Farina is indeed just...
Nine! Lachlan, Kalani, how are you? Is she gonna touch it? Maybe she's not from Fontaine.
Lady Farina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of
You're
standard
doing good, I'm
court
glad, I'm
proceedings,
too.
you possess the right to decline participation.
Oh my god, she's gonna touch it?
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of guilt.
She's
We get it, we get it.
Is she really planning to...
When we met her in Poisson, she was like standing at the edge of the water. Like not like a high water, just like the primordial water, and she was saying that she should give up. So maybe she really thinks that she would die if she went in the water.
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Farina, you may...
Hey!
She actually... Oh, but she's scared. She thinks that something might happen.
I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! My hand is still here! I haven't been dissolved! Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon! I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water! Really? Was this not the most obvious thing in the world?
Miss Siegewin? If you are present, Miss Siegewin, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
Oh, Siegewin's here.
Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. Let me see.
Oh, was it diluted seawater?
That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Siegewin.
Oh, it was just diluted. We didn't want her to die.
Miss Farina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. These indicate that she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as
They
other
diluted
humans
it because
when
she was
exposed to
gonna
primordial
die.
seawater of a similar concentration.
She was ready to just die there.
Thank you, Miss Siegewin. Lady Farina, you may return to the defendant's stand.
But that's not really surprising because she was trying to die
What
earlier.
did she just say? I didn't get dissolved! Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson. However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off chance that something entirely unexpected might occur, we don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Yeah, so out of regard for Farina's life, you secured a low-concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness. It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Farina could have...
I can't believe... You...
What's really going on here? Farina can't have not known the consequences of touching that water as a human. It's just too unlike how she usually acts. Unless it's actually more important for her to keep up her facade than to save her own life. But hadn't she given up on everything a long time ago?
Listen to me, everyone! Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks! What happened just now didn't prove a single thing! Think about it! How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial seawater?
That's true, we don't have that much information about the seawater.
Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water? Please.
Weird.
Everyone,
oh, she's crying.
Anyone, just listen to me. I swear, I really am your Archon.
I wonder if someone's controlling her. And I wonder who it is. Poor Farina, I feel bad now. But the world, like, everyone's about to die, so I don't feel that
think
bad.
anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Farina to win.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
Is she actually gonna go to jail?
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. She's too stacked against her now.
What is happening? Gary? 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 What's happening? She's
In
like a
my
dreamscape.
capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on
is
Farina's
happening?
misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Farina
Oh no, everyone's
is
leaving her. No, Farina, we wouldn't.
guilty.
Oh, what is happening? Is it just her? Is this just in her head? I guess so. Aw. Oh no, she's in her pose.
We
That's
shall now
sad.
turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges.
Welcome in, Barry. This Archon quest made you regret not pulling Neuvillette. He'll be back. He'll be back. He is very cool though. It's just sad. I know. Welcome in, Gwen. Or Farina, but she can't, like, if she's lying to everyone, like, I have a feeling she might be being controlled in some way.
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Farina is...
Is it gonna say innocent? The Oratrice is protecting her, maybe?
What's the Oratrice's verdict?
Like, if she's not the real Archon, then the real Archon must be out there, so... Well, I don't know what her relationship to the Archon is. Like, if she's, like, just being controlled. Or she's doing something on purpose, I don't know. It can't be. Did the Oratrice just declare Farina to be innocent?
No. The Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Isn't that correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus. The Hydro Archon, guilty, to be punished via the death sentence.
What?
The death sentence?
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just a myth.
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court, and it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice?
Okay, so whoever's behind
twist.
it. Wait. Okay, if someone's controlling her, then they're gonna kill her because she didn't keep up the act. Or something to do with how the Oratrice. It's something to do with how the Oratrice, like, acts, you know, like how it evaluates things. But someone's able to, if the real Hydro Archon is able to control the Oratrice, then maybe she's being punished for being, like, outed as, but she's not fake. I don't know, it's very confusing. Because I mean, I guess only the Oratrice says she's real.
Farina's
We don't know how the
been
Oratrice
sentenced
works.
to death by the Oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth.
You can't kill her.
Escalate this quickly.
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Yeah, even Fache wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
What's more strange is, instead of Farina, the Oratrice rendered judgment on the Hydro Archon. So maybe it's not her. If she's not the Hydro Archon, then the sentence is for someone else?
Indeed. Not only is Farina's sentence overly excessive,
It doesn't make
very
sense though,
point
because
of
like
our
if
trial
she's
today
guilty,
was
then she's
also
not
to
the
prove
Hydro
that
Archon.
Farina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place.
Weird.
But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What does this mean?
Good question, Nouvellette.
Excuse me, if
Okay,
I
hello,
may
Femine.
interrupt. Is the trial still
Is
going?
the trial still going?
Femine, you finally made it. I assume this means you've completed your mission?
He's so cute.
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigns to me will always be top priority.
Don't like give other things to do, Femine. No offense. Bring the stone slate onto the stage.
Is that the first prophecy slate?
Oh, you found it! What is happening in that photo?
So the knave privately arranged for Fremine to try and find the missing slate.
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. It took me a long time to get around some dangerous stretches of water. But has the trial already concluded? Then doesn't that mean I've come too
Oh,
late?
it's okay, Fremine.
Oh no.
Your father is proud.
Father will be disappointed in me.
Don't worry, the mystery hasn't been resolved yet. It is still not too late for you to shine.
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate.
It seems the Hydro Archon is responsible for Farina's error when determining on Orchi's Mécanique Analyse Cardinal. Are you saying Farina? But I have a feeling that, like, if a normal human wouldn't have the power to make the Orchies, so the Orchies must be made by the real Hydro Archon. And then that person is guilty by the Orchies' evaluation. I'm not sure. Come on, Nouvellette.
I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates.
Jump down.
I'd like you to come here
Yeah,
and
jump down.
confirm their contents.
Just jump down. I mean, you can do it.
Huh? So what do you see? What is it?
This looks like... the previous Hydra Archon releasing her divine power, turning the Oceanids into human beings. That was the theory the whole time. Why would the real Hydro Archon be guilty? Yeah, and why would that show up as a... like, we weren't even, like, evaluating the real Hydro Archon. Why would... what is... like, yeah, what is... we don't even have, like, what... I guess the real Hydro Archon is guilty of deceiving everyone by placing Farina as a fake Hydro Archon. So I guess maybe that's why. Because unless, like, Farina, like, trapped the Hydro Archon and, like, took over, like, on her own, which I doubt. If she's faking it, then it's because the Hydro Archon is, like, overseeing that. But yeah, this was, like, the going theory. That everyone in Fontaine is an Oceanid. And the sin of Fontaine is that it's like the sin of creation. Like, you're not supposed to create humans. You're not supposed to create life, even as a god. So if everyone is an Oceanid, then everyone is a sinner. Thus, the prophecy. But I always thought Farina was an Oceanid.
I believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Maybe he's about to say what I just said.
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Farina, and we've already...
Okay, so that's not... it's not that. Never mind, Gwen.
So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean...
But why would they make her guilty of a totally separate crime when she's not even on the stand? That doesn't make sense.
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
An association between the contents of the slates and the events in real life.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other three stone
Nouvellette, why are you
slates.
making us do it? If you understand the answer,
help you
just
remember.
explain it. Wait, Nouvellette, if you already know the answer, why are you making me do this? Oh my god, okay, fine. I think I just got it though. I think I know. I watched the lore videos.
Stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power And then the Oceanids turn into
Sorry,
humans.
Oceanid, not Oceanid. Okay, I really have to pee, but also like, it's not a good time. But also like, I think there's gonna be like a bunch of like cutscenes and stuff after this. So I'm just gonna go right now. I'll be right back. Everyone, take a quick break, stretch your legs, and then we'll see what happens next. Be right back. I came back and I put my blanket back on and it just like completely staticked myself. Like I staticked my stream deck and it disconnected again. But luckily, unlike last time, it didn't static somehow my entire PC and just like shut it off, which has happened before.
Does that mean that Fontanians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that.
That's crazy that the theorists were right on that one though.
Can turn into humans,
I feel like I spoiled myself by watching theories.
This can be reversed as well. The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydra.
I should really remember to like touch my table leg before touching my stuff on my PC.
Judgment down upon them. This must be the point when the Hydro Archon.
I had my humidifier running this morning, but I don't usually leave it running all day.
Sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon sin are the same thing? The third slate shows the Hydro Archon seeking into the sea surrounded by many people. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else?
Surrounded by many people?
The
Who?
first slate is the prophecy the Fontanians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon crying on her throne, and so on.
Marina really looks like the person in the photo, though.
That such a crazy disaster could happen.
Maybe she's
at first,
cosplaying.
did we? But after that incident, it was just a question of when and not if.
Okay. Verify truth. Wait, what? Hydra Archon using divine powers to make people into Oceanids? Sorry, I don't think I have proof for this. How about Celestia floating in the sky? But the judgment... I don't think I have... Hydra Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people. Are any of these related? I don't...
That doesn't sound quite...
I don't think any of these seem related to me. Maybe this is a teacup. I'm just gonna try each one. I don't understand. There we go.
The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society. but not many people believed it at first. The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial
Fortress of
seawater,
Meropide was,
which we know can cause Fontanians to dissolve.
you know, can cause fun. I'm trying to
It
copy
seems
your voice.
increasingly likely that the prophecy may come true. If we hadn't dealt with it in
Increasingly
time,
likely that the prophecy may
things
come
could
true.
have gone very badly.
Things could have gone very badly. I just sound like myself. That doesn't. I'm sorry, you're gonna be hearing that a lot because. Oh, just
We know
kidding.
from
That
the
was first
case of
try.
the serial disappearances of young women that Fontanians can be dissolved in primordial seawater. And the first stone slate tells us that long ago the
Okay, yeah, I don't understand what I'm doing, honestly, so that's fine.
That doesn't sound.
Sorry.
Perhaps what the and
Oh, nice.
It's
Okay,
not
you don't have to hear it
as
again.
simple as falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness was subjected to judgment. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that
She made it sound hilarious. No, we don't want to hear it again.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea, but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an ocean.
They're returning to their own. They're returning to their original form.
The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present.
Sorry.
Perhaps
It's okay. Paimon's done.
sin
Paimon's done.
was actually Fontaine's original sin. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness, and was forced to take part in a trial meant to make her stay.
Hey, Lenny. I still remember that so clearly.
The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of
His voice
Meropide
is so
was
funny.
the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what. The prophecy's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together,
Yeah, you're just really like summarizing everything. I don't. And then they're gonna summarize it again. Oh, I had to press back. Okay, my bad. The loading is so long. We're just doing that.
oh, Paimon gets it now. So that's
They're
how
gonna
you
explain
can
it one more
make sense of
time.
it.
They're gonna explain it one more time after we explained it like twice. Like 2 or 3 times already. These events were the best Archon thing so far. Yeah, I think so. I think so. Like I think Sumeru is pretty strong in terms of Archon Quest. I think this one was longer, and it wasn't always better. Then I think it was a bit long. Like, I think some parts. I think the good parts of this one. I think. Oh, you mean like the. You mean like the mini game? Sorry, I thought you meant like the story overall. Forgot to the most important thing for work today. Submit your timesheet. Oh yeah, that sounds real fun. Sometimes my work is like, oh yeah, like can you track your hours? And I'm like, for when? And they're like, well, like I guess for like the last year. And I'm like, bro, like I'm not gonna remember what I did like a year ago. So I don't think they actually care. Like my manager just always forgets, and then he's like, "Oh wait, you're supposed to do this like for the entire year. Can you like just like put something random?" And I'm like, "Okay, sure." I just like copy paste on the whole row.
But then it feels like we're going to have to share some truly shocking revelations.
The story overall is also the best, but Sumeru's is more consistently good. I agree. That's what I was trying to say. I think the high points of this one are the strongest for sure. And I think overall, like on average, yeah, I think it's the best. But I think Sumeru's is definitely tighter. Definitely tighter and more. Yeah, like the floor of it is higher because like this one had some moments that kind of dragged on, and some of it doesn't. Yeah, I think some of it wasn't the strongest for sure. But there is also really, really good moments, and I think the ideas they're exploring and the kind of like plot threads are very interesting in the lore. Yeah, the jail stuff felt very half-baked. I think I have a feeling that they had planned something else for the jail section and just like decided to cut it out. Because it was weird because they gave you options on what to do every day, right? They gave you options on what to do every day, and but you weren't allowed to choose. Like they were like, "Oh, do you want to skip work today?" and like pay credits to skip work. And then like you didn't. You did like when you said yes, it was like, "Oh, just kidding. You shouldn't do that." And like I have a feeling that it was supposed to be like a sandbox section because they gave you like the amount of credits as well, right at the top. Which made it seem like you'd have to like gather credits and like go through the loop every day, and like it would be like a mini sandbox thing in the jail where you can decide what to do each part of the day, and then you would build up the credits, right? But in the end, it didn't do anything. It was actually very linear. And it seemed like they were giving a lot of options that you weren't allowed to take. Like they're like, "Oh, like, do you want to go to the prankration ring today?" And you're like, "Yeah." And they're like, "We shouldn't do that today." And you're like, "Well, if we were supposed to do that today, like, why give the option?" So I think there was something else planned, and they either ran out of time or decided to cut it out for some reason. Which is, I think it could have been more fun if they allowed you to choose. Even when you were running in the dream, the Sumeru wasn't boring. I agree. A lot of people don't like the samsara. Like a lot of people thought that was really boring, but I thought that was interesting because it was like a mystery. Maybe like I don't remember too much. Maybe it did drag on a little bit. But I thought like because there was like a mystery going on, it was interesting. Like okay, the jail stuff, there was a mystery going on, but the mystery literally didn't matter in the end. Like I was like, what a waste of time. Like the hidden rules and stuff like that were like nothing. Like there were nothing. Like they could have just left that part out. Like it was so stupid. So I think overall the jail stuff was kind of weak. There was some cool stuff, and I think they could have executed it better, and it would have been good. It's not even the illusion of choice. I think there was supposed to be something there, because a lot of times they do give you options for choices, but this one seemed extra weird. Because usually like it would just like keep going, like but it was like this one made it seem like it was supposed to be an option, and there was even the mechanic of the credits. So I think it was supposed to actually have something, and it just like wasn't finished. It just really felt like that.
Let's hear them.
The first light reveals that Fontanians... Okay, sorry, my looming voice. The first light reveals that Fontanians are not real humans.
Incredible. Linny, did you hear that?
We're not real humans.
I mean, what's even real, Lenny? Come on, it's fine.
All Fontanians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with Oceanids as their basis. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontanians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vache dissolved were also turned into Oceanids.
Yeah, they were turning into the original
and
form.
according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial. All of them in the shape of Oceanids.
Indeed.
Yeah, I think the lore in this one is really deep, which is really cool. There's definitely a lot going on, like lore-wise, which I think is their strong suit. They're definitely better at lore than they are at like storytelling and stuff like that. So I think including that is very interesting, and I like when there's like a bit of a mystery, and like people can like theorize and stuff like that. I think it's good for the community. The second slate reveals that the crime of the Hydro Archon was her creation of Fontanians from Oceanids.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably angered Celestia by creating humans without prior
That's what I said! That I
That
stole
could
from a
also
theory
explain why
that
the
I watched.
Oratries judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
Okay, take care, Angel. You stay safe as well.
The Hydro Archon's true sin.
But that was
was
Agaria.
creating us?
That was Agaria.
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twists of history are often the most unexpected of all.
As for this third slate, I'm still convinced it should come after the fourth slate.
Yeah, isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate?
The fourth slate depicts the fulfillment of the prophecy as it's already widely known.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away. Did Paimon get all that right?
Yeah, good job,
You've
Paimon.
made some keen deductions.
Paimon, where are your
I
glasses?
must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already managed to connect so many pieces of the truth.
Well, do you have more stuff
However,
to know?
while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information using
Can you read them with your dragon eyes?
When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3 slates at the time, I was unable to come to a full conclusion. Now that the
Garia
slate
looks like
collection
she has
is
similar
complete,
hair
I shall make another attempt to decipher
Farina.
the narrative recorded within. If everything goes well, we should finally be informed of the unadulterated truth.
So Farina is a human. That explains why Farina, like the playable character, has a vision. She's gonna get a vision later somehow. Look at that. Whoa! The dragon power. He's just like, like the lowest rumble.
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to briefly summarize it for you. Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontainians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct.
Okay.
In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land.
Wow,
The
this water
Oceanids
looks
were enamored
real.
with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the 7, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life. Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanid's blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process.
Oceanids have blood vessels?
But if Fontainians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids. Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the
What is he
heavenly
doing?
principles to create a new human
Is he just doing that
race.
for dramatic effect?
And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin.
Nicolette, what are you doing?
Appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single thing.
What is the out of control audience member?
Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontainian.
That guy is so real. He's like, I'm just gonna pretend I never heard that.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the 3rd and 4th stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct.
But they're in the right order? What's the 3rd slate supposed to represent then?
A key point of the visual on the 3rd slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of trials and justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the 3rd slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice.
We were following the prophecy. We don't have free will.
Yes, it refers to our present situation.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy, in truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold.
Oh no.
So now, it seems, we're the ones making sure it comes true.
What should we do?
I don't know. It feels like there's no way out of this.
Huh. No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled. Is this what it feels like to be a prisoner of fate?
If that's the case,
Can you read me a Frina voice line? I could try.
Fulfilled soon?
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions. About the
I'll have to listen to
Force
it first and then copy it.
You probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meripede served as the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass, yes? However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come.
Feelings about Ascension conclusion. I'll see if I have that one unlocked. I just got her, so we'll see. We'll lock him in Cyber.
As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once
The
before.
root cause of the catastrophe. Is it child? Is he causing problems again? It's child. Oh my gosh. Well, if I can get to her voice lines one day,
things to come.
it might be a
We
while.
must find the root cause of the disaster.
It's child. I can tell. Oh, it's not child. Tea time with N. The whale. It's the whale.
It was both dream
It was
and
both
reality.
dream and reality. Okay, Lamine, I got you.
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside
What if
the
that's the
primordial sea,
Hydro
right?
Archon?
The truth, the original sin,
The truth,
trial,
the original sin,
and the root cause of the disaster.
and the root cause of the disaster. Okay. Now what? Uh-oh, did we anger the whale? Nuvala. Oh! Oh, it's here. That's not that big, child. Can you not stop it? No, Nuvala! Oh! For the shield. Oh, what's going on? Oh! Oh my god! Oh my god! Is it gonna eat them? Corin? Oh, no, child! What? He's using his delusion! No! Why are you using your delusion? Oh, he's destroying it. Are they gonna work together? Child! Oh my god, he's dying. He's dying. Child! Is he gonna go back in? What is that portal? Is that the abyss? I'm gonna explain.
That was way too close.
All the main characters are here.
Burst into the opera house. Wait, was that the
That
huge
whale was a
whale
lot
you saw in
smaller
your dream?
than we originally saw. That's right. I'd wager that is also the one that Child saw when he was young.
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here. That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has
You know that
traversed the
whale?
stars, weeping all the while. It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels.
Wait, you already knew about this?
And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea, its next step will be...
I feel like it should
You
be bigger.
said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontanians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels with primordial seawater.
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontanians nigh impossible to resist. Therefore,
You knew about
when
the
it left the
whale?
primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of Fontanians.
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case, won't it come back to target the people again once it's managed to recover its strength?
That is
Child,
correct.
don't die.
Indeed, it is
He's
more
using his-
accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land far sooner.
He's
From
probably
the way
been
he
fighting the
looked,
whale the whole time.
He must have been fighting the
Yeah.
creature for quite a long time.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to help us out like this. Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster
Wait, where's
recorded in
Farina?
the prophecy, all we need to
Is
do
she
to
still up
stop
there?
the prophecy would be to find a way to beat it up, right?
It is too late.
That's ominous.
It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated with the sea itself. Even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
That's not something I will accept. We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come so far.
Come on,
Just
Nubile.
tell me
I'm a
that
good
the last
fighter.
hurdle is some impossible foe. That's just not fair.
Indeed, that's not how a grand performance should end.
I'll fight it to the end, no matter what.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
That's not true. That's not true. Are we gonna remember the teacup?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
Her accent is so weird. After everything, it still turned out like this. We couldn't fight against fate. Wait, but if it's all about fate...
Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future.
But that one she said future.
All you need to do
He's
is
very
to play
inconsistent.
your part.
Could it be that even if the prophecy will be fulfilled, there will be a way to save everyone? Did I miss something? Wait, I forgot about Farina. What is it that she wanted to say to me at the last moment in the giant magic box? What is her real secret? What is happening?
What's happening with the aura trees?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
No, we need to save Farina. No, Farina, Farina. Oh my god. No! Save her, save her.
I still need answers.
We don't even care about her life. We just want the answer to her question. What? Yeah, poor Farina. Whoa. Agaria? Who that? This one there. I saw someone there. Grr. Who is it? Oh.
You.
Is this Agaria?
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
The different voice.
You are not Farina. Who are you?
Ah, the sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Focalor. You know, the god.
Focalor. Why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving. The heavenly principles.
Deceiving the heavenly principles.
It's all because of that
Yeah, I don't like that they
pernicious
focus on the
prophecy.
feet first. That was kind of weird.
Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded.
You should
One
deceive
was
the
not
heavenly
amused.
principles. We don't like
In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria for the uninitiated.
Oh, so
it
she's not
hardly
Egeria.
gets more
I
disastrous
like her voice
than a
too.
preordained
She sounds like a
national
god.
catastrophe. Now does it? She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the seven,
Is that like a
she
cutout on her
also
shirt?
knew full well that
Can't tell.
one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes,
I guess it
as
is.
you
It's
have
the
no
same
doubt
color as the skin.
surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found
Rip the
myself in.
cosplayers. You're gonna need a lot of tape for
I spent
that.
a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum.
So
I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time.
So, like, the prophecy is from the heavenly principles because they were mad that, Egeria committed the sin of creation, right? So she's gonna trick them into thinking that the price was paid. I don't know how, though.
I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor.
It's so weird to see her, though.
Although, looking back now,
Because it's like Farina, but
it was
not.
hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up. But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand.
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes,
What is that spinning
to be
thing?
human is to be part
A
of
sword?
the greatest opera ever known. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being.
That's why.
The me
That's why
you see
Farina's like
before
that.
you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Farina. She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished. Her
You couldn't give
strengths
her at
were the
least a
kind
little bit of
only a
divinity.
human could possess, as were her shortcomings. But in my eyes, Farina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way.
They're definitely gonna merge at the end.
The person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her. All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles. Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy?
Well, it's always
The
kind of
Hydro
mean.
Archon, alone, weeping on her throne.
I understand you're trying to save everyone,
In
but poor
order that the
Farina.
prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Farina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydro Archon in the prophecy. Under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness. Instead, she was forced to take
anyway, I
the
cursed
stage in the
her.
opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a
Farina.
deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Farina is only human, isn't she?
Maybe like cares about her.
Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
He cares
It
about his
has
daughter.
Indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology
Like,
for
I understand why she did it, but yeah,
it's
it is
been
mean.
500 years. And all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
Did we see that too? I came into contact with Farina's tears. If I remember correctly, tears often contain a being's strongest emotions. With sufficiently strong hydrosensitivity, I can form an emotional connection, just like I did with that ocean at the Fountain of the Scene. Wait, could this be? Farina's inner world? Farina? What's she doing on stage? Wait a moment. That probably isn't Farina. That's likely a reflection of her inner self. If I can directly speak to that self, I might be able to easily get what I wanted to know. I came here for answers. Either way, this opportunity is not to be missed. Let me try talking to her. I mean, can you speak? Like, can you speak? I don't want to do all of it.
The wind rises.
Oh, who permitted you to come onto the stage? Now, I understand your admiration for my august self, but I must ask you to keep to the rules.
Come on, it's me.
All right. It is not my intent
Don't look
to
at me, don't look at
reprimand
me.
you. There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance.
But I don't see an audience here.
Oh,
Just
do not
let the
jest.
stage lights go
Can
off,
you not
please.
feel it?
If only for 1 second. Oh, this is kind of scary. This is like a meta.
I am Focalor. The eyes of
That way,
countless
I can become
Fontanians
myself
are
again.
upon me. I must, at all times, display the utmost elegance and nobility.
Something's off. There's no getting through to her, even in her heart of hearts. She's still playing the role of the Hydro Archon. What sort of resolve must she have that even her inner self and subconscious would have such an impenetrable defense? I have to find a way. We need to turn off the lights. Oh, it tells me. I figured that out
Dear
myself.
Audience, the performance is experiencing
Oh
a
God, I didn't bring the right
technical
team for
difficulty,
this.
But worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough. Thunderclap!
This moment will be frozen in time.
Alright, this is physical damage team time. I hate these guys. They hit really hard in that domain.
Dodge this.
Okay, fine.
Hey, what gives? The audience
Another
is
one!
still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards!
Sorry. Lumine doesn't have artifacts. Just gonna trap you against this wall, it's fine.
Freeze.
They're not very strong.
Don't push your luck. Don't push your luck. Dodge
Don't
this.
push your luck.
What's the hurry?
That's how the spotlights turned off. In Farina's heart, they must have symbolized the eyes of the people on her. Lumine, can you speak? And welcome in, Alice. Speaking of which, I think I just received some sort of signal. Was that her true voice? A ticket? When did that end up here? That's a nice ticket. Either way, looks like the show is about to begin. In that case, show me how you truly feel, Farina. Scene 1, before a mirror, Farina. Oh! Wait, I never watched the trailer for this Archon Quest. And I saw like bits and pieces, like she was like impersonating people or something, and people were saying it's really funny. Or it was really good. I don't know if this is it. I never watched the trailer.
Farina. Farina.
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me?
Who's
calling Where are you?
Where are
Be
you?
not nervous.
Why does she sound like that?
Be not afraid. I am before you.
Wait a moment. You're mirror me? How can this be?
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
Mirror
Real
me.
Farina is kind of tall.
What do you wish to say?
The prophecy. Have you heard of it?
What prophecy? Wait. I know. I think. I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow. The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne.
We're getting our life story
Only
as a play.
then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Oh, very good. You know it well.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only thing I know for sure is this prophecy. Will it really come to pass?
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later.
I'm not sure if I like
just
Folklor's
as
outfit.
the prophecy declared.
Like the textures just seem
no
weird.
escaping it.
Of the starry part.
Doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them.
Like it looks really elegant.
Will
I see what they're
dissolve
going for,
too?
but the star part just looks like the texture looks really flawed.
Don't
I guess because
worry. Magical
the
meetings
game.
exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Yeah, for like 500 years.
Oh, so there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me. You spoke so much and with so much
I don't know how to do a Farina voice.
certainty. As for the suffering, well, I will admit
for
that
the
the first
suffering.
thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer? But if the prophecy
Just so much
will
vocal
come
fry.
true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine
I don't know if
on
I can do
one
that much
side
vocal fry.
and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
You truly are the perfect human. My ideal.
And this skirt
I
is weird. It's like
suppose this
only
would
it's like
also
cut out
be
like
the
just in the
justice
middle.
that
Like
belongs to you.
I feel like it would have looked better if it had like a leg slit or
Don't
something,
worry.
you know?
It's nothing.
Kind of a weird shape.
Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role. That of the new Archon.
I like Farina's design better.
Play as a god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity. If
To be
you
fair, she
can
did a really
keep it
good job
up,
for like 500
then
years.
I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed,
Oh, look, her hair.
then all hope will be
Her hair is
lost.
short in the back.
But
Did she grow it out
how
afterwards?
will I do this? A human assuming the role of a god without being exposed.
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role
Where's
of a god
Lamine?
as humans
Oh my god.
imagine them to
We're
be.
in the audience. Where'd she go?
Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like.
Immersion and
Remember,
broken.
your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll try. I'll try to do this. So, how
Okay,
long
Farina's just like
am
the
I
best
going to
actress in
have
the
to play
world.
this role?
She's really like this, and then she was
accomplish this
acting like that the
mission,
whole time. Honestly,
you
very
will have to
impressive.
stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old until your task ends. But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
A trial, huh? How exciting. I'll be looking forward to it.
Aw, she was so wholesome. Poor girl. She did not know what she was getting into. Oh my god. Where's Lumi? I'm sorry. I shouldn't be upset about it, but like, come on. It's not that hard. Put her there. We sat there. Oh, I can't walk any faster, by the way. This is incredibly slow. Oh, she went to concession. Okay, okay. She had to get the popcorn out.
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing the people. What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, I still don't know. Perhaps I should first try to act natural.
Summon courage.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the Opera Epiclese. I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Verena de Fontaine, your new Archon.
Appear earnest.
In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide
Welcome
you
in
all.
my space.
As the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice.
Close politely.
Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together, after all. This should do it. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts just fine.
You should have written it down, though.
And next.
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an
Everyone
ordinary
in the
person?
audience is just saying that out loud. Like, if they actually think she's the god.
Perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison-backed puppet.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? Oh, this is bad. If I get exposed here, there'll be no saving the people from the prophecy. Right. Mirmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Calm down, Farina. Think. What do the people want? How would they imagine a god to speak and act? Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all doubt. That is the character I'm fated to play.
I know, it's empty seats. I mean, okay, in this situation it makes sense, but Lumine, I was playing as Lumine and I sat down in the audience and she's gone. She just disappeared. But welcome in, Ricky. Hope you're doing well. Just be more annoying. There you go. There you go. That's how you do it.
Good, my people. Only ones such as you are deserving of my rule. Now, I was wondering if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Fontaine follow them?
Follow jump for no audience. I know. I was taking my immersion out for Lumine, not sitting there. I know she sat down. She's watching. Lock him in Mila's name.
Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self, here in this opera house. You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere.
Farina, you should have planned this in advance,
Now
you know?
then, let us be reintroduced.
She didn't even plan her speech in advance.
So that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Her personality. It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before. Such a fascinating and bold deity.
They just want like a cool like.
Her future may yet be bright after all.
They just want her to be like.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech.
Summon courage again, resolutely with conviction. Sure.
My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin.
Turn up the drama.
The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its God. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, praise and applause. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine. There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul. So long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the Oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this
Farina's
world.
acting. Her acting is actually insane. I'm gonna give her more credit for that. Opera House Farina. Okay. Great scene name. Oh, I don't have to walk slow again. Let's go.
Lady Farina, here are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now, was I not just at the Opera House in person? Leave these kinds of things to Neuvillette. Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
If I may be so impertinent,
NPC didn't load
what
again.
kind of trial are you truly looking forward to?
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial.
That's true, I fear I—
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties.
Lady Farina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line to meet me, have you not? Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine charm. All right. Deuteria, is it?
Hello, Deuteria.
How is your son's illness?
You remembered me, and you knew of my family, too. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you.
What do you mean, believer?
Words back to him.
What does that even mean?
Oh, good.
Do some people not believe in her? She's like at the opera house every day.
Again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me. Going down to citizens' homes every so often, while not usual practice, should serve as a fine change of pace.
You're such a gentle and wise god. Thank you once again, on behalf of my son.
Okay. She's just like meeting people, doing stuff. This is her daily life, I guess, day in the life of Farina.
Lady Farina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of, I'm afraid things still don't look good.
I see. It's as I thought then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far your human wisdom would allow you to analyze it.
It must be a word in Chinese that connotes adore / worship, that keep getting translated as believe. Yeah, because that doesn't make sense. Like, who, obviously, like, people would believe in her. Like, she obviously exists, right? Believe seems like a weird word. Like, yeah, it doesn't make sense. Rena does need more hugs. Poor girl.
All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it. That's not something you need to worry about right now.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the rise
It's kind
of
of weird that it
water
pans to the person that's not there.
Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they
Like, they should
haven't
use a
found
different
any
camera
effective
angle when the
solution
person's
thus
not there.
Oh, is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the gods after all. Still, their spirit is praiseworthy.
Oh, is that her bed?
The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time, but it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer any voices of suspicion. Maybe this is fine. I just need to keep going, and everyone will be saved. All right, Farina, don't think too hard about this. You need rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
Welcome in, Livy.
Lady Farina, here are the
This is
new
getting
trial
very
reports for the
interesting.
latest cases, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
There'll be no need for that.
Lady Farina.
Same thing again.
Indeed, my dear.
Lady Farina, we're
She's
detecting
still researching how to
significant
stop it?
hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the Institute. I don't think I let anything slip today. I must show the people that there is nothing to worry about. I just don't know when these days will end. I feel
500 years, Farina.
Best to rest early today, too.
I wonder why she was chosen. Farina's so relatable. Being cursed to act as a god for 500 years. Seen 182,375?
Lady Farina.
Have we been watching this the whole time?
It's like a dream being able to speak with
No
you
wonder
up
Limin
close
got up
like
to get a
this.
snack.
I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Deoteria.
It's what a fine
Oh, this
family
is
yours
great.
is, isn't it? What is it?
good citizen.
Are you crying?
Uh-huh. Oh, really now? I didn't even notice. This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god who's.
That's what you should say every time you cry. Like, it's just the overflow of hydro.
No wonder. A manifestation of your power, then. Oh, Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it. Honored indeed.
Aww.
So interminable. So lonely.
Poor Farina.
Just how much longer?
I wonder why, like,
years must have passed by now. Perhaps the show must go on for hundreds more.
I wonder why, like, why she chose Farina, like a normal human. Like, maybe that was her only option? Like, there must have been, like, maybe she could have chose, like, why I guess she wanted them to seem realistically human, but that doesn't make, I don't know. Like, it seems kind of, like, weird that out of all the things that she could have chosen to, like, replace her, I guess maybe she didn't have the means to, like, make, like, a puppet or, like, some other, like, being that would be more suited for the role, but she could have at least told Nubilat. I don't know, like, they could have given her a friend.
I never imagined that it would hurt so much. Have I reached my limit? No. Perhaps I reached it long ago. Today I didn't even notice my own tears.
Farina. It's integral to the lore if you pay attention to that. Like the background lore. I'll watch a video after this. I've been avoiding every Genshin video because, you know, spoilers.
I want to tell someone, anyone, about this. But would that not
Welcome in,
destroy
Elijah.
all I've done so far?
I feel like they could have told Nubilat he can keep a secret. Then at least she would have one friend.
I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries, but there's not even a sliver of hope that we might break the prophecy. All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act. It is the only way to save Fontaine. Please, mirror me. You have to succeed.
And she really chose like the most selfless person ever. And there's a lot of people who just like wouldn't do that, you know?
Farina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone, your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
That's my voice? Is this scene from when we were within that giant magic box? This is great. I didn't think that this scene would replay in our inner world.
Share my burden.
Sorry, I couldn't read it fast enough.
That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness?
Yeah, I'm glad the Traveler's getting more lines.
I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes? And if Tevat... She's right. I could confide in her.
Farina, I'm here. I'm here. I'm in the audience. You can't see me.
If things
But I'm
don't
there.
turn out as expected, the people of Fontaine will be the ones to pay the price. No, Farina. You shouldn't be selfish. But what if it's really alright? Farina, You've worked so hard for so long. Surely it would be okay to put yourself first for once. Just this once.
Yeah, really?
Is it such
Focalor chose like the most selfless human
to find
ever to
someone
exist.
in whom you can confide your frustrations and sorrows? Surely it could not hurt.
Reina, come on.
If you let this opportunity slip through
Girl.
your fingers, it might never come by again. Think about it long and hard.
No, I have nothing to say. I am Farina, the Archon of Fontaine. Everything will surely get better. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains fall.
Oh, I'm here.
Fine.
Wait, what, the Farinas have different clothes? Don't know actually. Maybe that's like her inner self and then like her outer self. I mean, it is her different, like she has that like playability. Like when you play her, her two different forms have different outfits. Slightly. It's just the colors. Fine. Iconic traveling lines.
So even Farina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself.
Ariana Archon has two outfits. Yeah, but we never get to see the other one. Well, okay, to be fair, Farina's two outfits is very generous, you know? Unless this counts. Maybe this counts. It's just her shorts are like different color.
She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate. It seems that trusting humanity was the right
Maybe it's just so we can
decision
differentiate
after
her
all.
in that scene. Like there's like the one like in the memory and there's like the one IRL. Yeah, I don't know. Because I guess they were like, oh, we already made the model. Because the playable character has two. I don't know.
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth, is it not?
I feel like she should have confided in Nublat from the start. I wouldn't have seen really any downside in that. And he would have been able to help her because he's very smart and powerful.
How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Ah, good. Of course, the Eudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine, yes?
I've always suspected
He's
that
so
it had its own
tall.
consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along.
Even if she saves all the people, won't the Celestia realize like, oh, they're still alive?
With the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it? Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed.
Oh.
I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Farina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the oratories. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device
The
was
Heavenly
ever
Principle theory,
used
just
to
wouldn't
provide
notice.
power to
So like an entire
Fontaine.
nation of people is alive.
The vast majority has been, had to be, accumulated to enact this death sentence.
On
It
herself?
was all a part of your plan then? Both the trial and the sentence?
You don't need that much
Indeed.
indemnitium
This
to kill.
power, accrued
Karina.
over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia, had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the oratories. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne.
Is she
shaking
removing
the
herself from the
rules
7?
established by Celestia, and breaking through the institution that is the 7.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Farina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be...
Returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course.
Oh,
In
that's
other
nice.
words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
Ooh.
But...
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we?
Any questions, I'd be happy to answer after the quest is over, but I can't promise to be 100% right about everything. I mean, yeah, the lore is always up in the air, but yeah, I'm probably gonna have a lot of questions after this, so I appreciate that. I've been so excited to watch out the lore videos, but I haven't been able to watch any because it's spoilers, but I have like so many that I want to watch.
The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be
Welcome in,
yours
Fenric.
once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
I mean, none of the other Archons really seem to care about Celestia and like the Heavenly Principles. They don't really seem like they're all like, I'll give up my gnosis, right? They don't really care. And they've throughout the story have not painted Celestia and the Heavenly Principles in a very positive light. So I think my dream of joining the Fatui and fighting against Celestia is gonna be real. We're gonna join them, and I'm so ready. And welcome in. Good morning, Star. Hydro Dragon, don't cry. But yeah, every Archon quest is like giving me more and more hope that we can actually join the Fatui, because I wanted to join the Fatui since Liyue. I've been very, very excited about this, and I am so ready for it. We're gonna join hands with the Tharitza and Pietro, and we're gonna beat up the Sustainer. Yeah, we're gonna beat her up, and with Ether as well. We're all gonna work together.
All you've done throughout the years.
This Celestia's kind of
Just
messed
so you
up,
can
you know? With
sacrifice
like Connery
yourself
and all
at the
that.
very end.
They're painting themselves in a very, like, I mean, they're painting Celestia in a very negative light. So I think that's the end game. I'm so ready for it.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked.
Did you get a second travel after version 8? Yes! Oh my gosh, that'd be amazing. That'd be amazing. We finally get Ether in our party as well. Because he does, like, I think... And then there's Genshin Impact 2 releases. Where you play as the other traveler. That it's time. It's a prequel.
Hydro Dragon, don't cry.
Don't cry. He's like, what did you say to me?
I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves.
True.
Were they not guilty of
They're
essentially
just
the
mad that
same
someone else
crime?
gives their power.
Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principle stole the power you ancient dragons possessed. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you?
True.
Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontanians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence. Defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on, that should be the justice enthroned over all others.
Yeah,
at
you can do
this
what you want.
point,
I agree with you.
whether it be myself or all other Fontanians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long.
Welcome in, Sam.
Iudex
Sam Yelza.
Neuvillette, the highest judge in our land. When you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, what verdict
Give
shall you pass
Neuvillette
upon
his
us?
power back. I'm so
when I
excited
was
for that.
invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that that was your idea too.
Should have told him your plan from the start, honestly.
I now understand the true purpose behind this position. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought
Neuvillette's so
about
cool.
mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel. You are a devious one, Focalor. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
She's a smart woman.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common.
We all have to die eventually.
Farewell, Neuvillette. I hope you've enjoyed the
You're making
part
him
you
watch?
played these 500 years.
You're making him watch. Oh, she's dancing. She is pretty. Even though she basically looks like Frida. She just has like, she just looks very, very elegant. Okay. Aww. So pretty. Just let it happen, Neuvillette. What happens to Farina? Getting his power back. Okay. She knew her fate. She knew what she was doing. Thank you, Farina, for all you've done. From this moment on, please live happily as a human. Aww! Just as I wish we could. Girl deserves like a medal. Whoa! Don't cry! Hydro Dragon, don't cry!
I, Iudex Neuvillette, hereby declare People of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
Oh, he's so cool. I hear Kaya laughing, by the way. Did you hear that? Did you hear Kaya laughing? That was like his idol voice line. Kaya, you kind of ruined that moment. Or is someone else laughing? I swear that was Kaya.
What just happened? Has the death sentence been carried out?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge just happened.
That might have been that's like definitely in competition for one of the best cutscenes in the game. Do you guys have like a top 3 cutscenes? Because mine is like 1, Kazuha versus Raiden Shogun. Number 2, sorry. Number 1, Scaramouche. Anything but the Gnosis, that one. Number 2, Kazuha. Number 3, probably this one. I can't think of like, I don't even know where I'd put this one like later. It might even be higher than Kazuha. I don't know. But those are like top 3.
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved, I assume whatever happened was good for us.
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
What? What the heck does mete out mean?
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, I now have the ability to separate the power of the primordial sea from
Imagine
the creature.
like for the people that like weren't watching that, like for the people that weren't watching that, like Fremine sitting there, like 1 second ago, Nicolette was like, "It's over. We can't defeat this whale. It has consumed too much of the primordial sea." And then like 1 second later, he's like, "Don't worry, I got this."
We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry.
You obtained power just now?
Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice.
Yeah, it's really weird from their perspective. You mean me? Nicolette, really?
The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine, the beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is the all-devouring narwhal.
Ooh.
Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution has come.
Oh, his voice is so cool. Nicolette, I'll follow you anywhere. Let's go. Yeah, there's a lot of cutscenes, but they're all very good. I like it. Can you save child, Nicolette? Like, poor child.
We're going to execute.
Oh my god, I don't have the right team for this. Help. You didn't give me a chance to change my team. I have. Hold on. Lumine doesn't have artifacts. Oh no, no. Oh, she's useless. And I have Venti. Oh. I actually built Electro Traveler. So it's actually fine, but I know she doesn't have artifacts. And Venti is useless. Oh my god, okay.
I've already done my best to separate the power of the primordial sea from the whale.
Okay, someone's gonna come help me,
Considering
right?
the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source. Unless we can find a way to attack it from within. I shall share a part
Okay,
of the
surely like they're gonna let me like they're gonna give me like a special power, you know, like what happened like Raiden fight.
I can feel
There's a buff on it right now. It's okay, Kai does it all. He can shield, he can heal, he'll do it all. I don't think it's attacking me, so I'm just gonna do this. Is he even touching it? Oh, he is. You just can't see it because it's so big.
Quick, follow.
All-devouring narwhal just sounds goofy. A little bit.
The all-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour.
It's time for
Continue to
Lumine
trigger
to
its
save the
hostility.
day, okay?
Chance will
Immersion.
present itself.
Benji's nice as an archer. He's not really built for that. Mine is just like only EM. In level 1 Farina in the fight. Nice. I wish they let me prepare your team. I know it would like take away from help. I'm being eaten. I know it would like take away from the immersion a bit, but like come on, let me change it.
Why is there a hole-looking thingy over there? It looks really scary.
Oh my god, I'm dying. I'm dying. I'm dying.
You're dead.
Oh god. Nubilet, help! 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 Oh no! Oh no! Okay, the music gets very epic. Use Numaraush. I don't have it. You didn't let me change my team. I don't have any Fontaine characters. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I can't even do any damage. Oh my god. Lumine, it's time to save the day. Okay, never mind. Pick up the thing. Pick up this.
The authority of the
Oh!
ancient
Oh! Oh!
dragons.
Wait, he saved my life. He
Witness
saved
the
my life.
might of
I
the
can't die.
primordial sea.
Oh. Bro, I don't... Why would they not let you make it... Okay, if you're gonna require certain game mechanics, like, you're not letting me choose my team.
Freeze. Don't get frostbite.
Okay, super conduct. I finally got super conduct. It's fine. It's fine. Even though this is a shield, it seems to be an elemental shield. The music is way too epic for what's going on.
Time to fight back, I suppose.
Yeah, they should give me a new bullet. I cannot do Numa or Osha. Someone's healing me though. I don't know who's healing me. Oh god. I only I can die though. But I wish I could have had a cooler team for this. Oh, you can die. Sorry, I thought you couldn't die. I've learned that. Yes, you can die.
How amusing.
I have Wander on my team without a shielder. Okay. DPS, venti time. He's not gonna stay in the first. Can you like stand here? Can you stand here? Then I'll do damage. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You're actually standing there. You actually listen to me. Come over here. My characters are still dead. If disables one attack. I know, but I want to. I want to choose my team. He's like the cool final boss. Like I want to choose my team. I'm gonna stand in here and then maybe. At least I didn't lose immersion because I actually had Lumine there. That ruined my experience, game. Where's Child? Nubilet, save us! We're scared. Hold her hand. Whoa! Ah! No! What are you doing? Hello? Hello?
Thanks for helping with the cleanup.
That was not how I expected
Should've
your voice to
been my
sound.
job, but oh well. It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime.
Your master's pet? Wait, who is who? Who is who? This is... We know who this is. Okay, I'm sorry. I only saw that one screenshot of her, like, looking over her shoulder. I never saw her whole body.
I had a feeling that it would happen at some
I do not
point,
like her outfit, I'm
but
sorry.
They bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
The narwhal is a pet. Okay. Why did she let her pet go out of control? Take better care of your pets. Disciple, your master. Okay, I'll ask about the disciple because we know the pet one now.
That power. Who are you exactly?
idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right? It's just that he gave us the impression that she was the less talkative person.
I simply did not have anything to say
Girl, the
to
back of that
weak.
outfit.
But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using power from beyond this world.
I was
So
not
you may
using any
speak to
power.
me
I was
as
extremely
equals.
weak. What sort of person would take the all-devouring narwhal as a pet?
I have to agree. It's a strange use of a
I have
planet's
to
primordial
agree.
waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal.
Skirk is a
What
weird
kind
name,
of
it
power
is.
is vested on it? It's not cooperative. It
I think
eats
she'll
too
be
much,
playable.
and I have more important things to do with my
I don't
time
like,
than
like-
pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks. All in all, it fails as a pet.
Miss Skirk?
Actually,
I think you might have missed the point.
if Full Solar's outfit was fine. This outfit, okay, I always thought like outfits like this would be so annoying to like to wear. Like if you were cosplaying her, like look at how many like ropes are involved in it. You have to like wrap all these ropes around yourself, and like that'd be so annoying. That's definitely worse.
The point being,
Well, being that this pet almost
She's a weird
destroyed
person,
an
yes. Let me get
entire
it.
nation. So what sort of person is your master? Well,
And comfy
Child's
outfit, and her legs are like
master.
PNG legs.
oh, right. So you don't.
No, I don't like the
know-
front of her outfit.
Sorry,
It like
I
looks
assumed you did.
weird. Like it looks like the boob part and like the ribbon coming out of it is just like taped on there. You know, it doesn't look like it's like part of the outfit.
His
I don't
name
know.
is
I don't like her
Circulogy.
outfit. I see what they're going for. Don't like it. But like, so the reason why she might not be playable. True, because she has like gifts on her legs. Circulogy. Sorry, I was listening.
I am unfamiliar with that name.
Huh. So Master is insufficiently famous. How should
Yeah,
I
we don't know your
describe
master.
him, then? Have you heard of the name the Fowl?
I'm sorry, her outfit is too much for me.
The Fowl?
Still nothing? Well, how about the Visionary? Vetterfulnir, then?
Oh, I know some of those.
Or Gold Rhine-daughter?
Dad?
Ooh, that one we've heard. Rhine-daughter's part of the Hexens.
Mom, sorry, not my dad, mom.
Oh,
Mother-in-law?
so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. I don't actually know them either.
You love any woman with long hair, white, long white hair and pink eyes? Fair enough, fair enough. Understandable. I'm just very outfit oriented, okay?
But I suppose you understand now, yes?
Like the
My master
the
is
back
like my
of it
singing
is too much for me.
soldier. They are both pursuing some form of perfection.
Like, look.
Wait, didn't you also mention a visionary person? Paimon didn't quite
I've hit my
catch her name.
limit for fan service today. I'm sorry. I'm done. Throw Skirk away.
Actually, never
give
mind.
her
that.
some
I
clothes.
believe it expedient to inform you that the all-devouring narwhal
Give
used
her
up
a
nearly
change
all its
of
strength
outfit.
fighting you. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos. In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
Okay. What? There's little to be surprised about, Paimon. We knew what's gonna happen. No Skirk cosplays for Mewtwo. That like thing goes down so far. The dip in the back of her pants. It is natural after all. The prophecy will surely come true. We knew this and accepted it. However,
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed
don't share her
to
secrets.
deceive
We don't
the
know this
heavenly
woman.
Principles.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Farina will remain, weeping on her throne.
Looks real.
Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
They're in a safe place, in a waterproof box. In Risley's boat. Oh, they're fine.
Hey! Help! Over here!
Oh, do not drive that fast when there's people all in the water. Go Navia! Go Navia! Save everyone! Yeah, do not drive your boat that fast when there's people all in the water. That's dangerous. Is that Risley's boat? Oh no, that's just the city. Oh no, it is Risley's boat. It flies.
All hands, initiate emergency rescue.
I was really wondering how, like, he built the boat like underwater. I was like, how is he gonna get the boat out of the water?
Hurry!
I guess like that. Bro, you should have made like lifeboats at the end, not hooks. Who are you? What would you even be hooking onto? Oh, is Feminine saving people? Get boat out of the water, just go up. But won't it be filled with water? Okay, I was worried about them, but they're fine, they're fine. Linny still has his hat on.
The water's receding!
It's a miracle!
Water's receding.
We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
I'm sorry, Risley's boat is so stupid. They should not have included that.
Are you alright?
It was all worth it, Farina.
We're safe.
The prophecy was wrong.
It wasn't wrong. You know what happened. There's no way she thinks it's wrong. Because if it was wrong, then she did all that for nothing. Which is not true. Not safe to wade through floodwaters like that? True, we should tell them.
The Solo renewed. The Spina di Rosula tax post-disaster rebuilding. I recently visited Poisson to meet with Miss Navia, spokesperson of the Spina di Rosula, and we spoke about Poisson's present and future. Old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated. Hope is like seeing a small cookie when you're starving late at night. You just need a little of it. Skyship
She believes you need to prevent the flood.
of
Yeah,
the
yeah.
Fontaine Research Institute. The various disputes that have arisen
Well, I guess
on
the prophecy
behalf of
was.
Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a shield
The
over
prophecy
the
wasn't wrong.
Institute, with Juria turning out
It was
to
like
be
kind
a
of wrong. I guess the
once-overlooked
dead
hidden
part was
gem.
wrong.
People always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call the second. And should that latter person achieve a miracle, they would find it all the harder to find a word with which to classify him and his team. Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Juria and Navia?
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. With the disaster just having passed, we would print a free edition packed to the margins with
No
good news
way.
to calm people down. The value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. We'll publish further reports and go into the stories behind those people.
You entice them with the free
Edwin's
story
assistant
and
Juria
then make
created
them
a
pay
true
for the
flying ship,
subscription.
while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home. I'm sure that these stories could draw even your well-traveled eye.
Paimon's curious too! Wait a minute. Didn't we
But why
watch
did he make a
everything happen
flying
before
ship?
the beginning
could have just floated. Why'd you have to fly?
You're the best incubators
The
of
ship
news
is
if
so
you haven't noticed.
stupid.
And also, with you around, I'm sure I'll get to see that Duke.
Are you sure? Hasn't he turned you down?
Yeah, why did the ship have to fly?
Oh, this time will be different. Come on.
Oh my gosh.
Let's head to Poisson first. and then
Riley's
make a trip to the fortress.
Riley's handsome, but
There are
he
some
teaches
things
it.
you'll
But
only
I
know
just
when you
want to
get
have
there.
a. Finale, talk to Charlotte. I want to talk to Arlecchino. Where is she? Ooh, nice. Leave when the floodwaters reside. Oh, so the boat doesn't get ruined. But like, it doesn't matter. As long as you save everyone, who cares? The boat can be. I guess he didn't want to. Wait, it's 750 meters away? Oh my, okay, I was gonna run, but I shouldn't have ran. The shit makes me think of the one at the right is the Gurn. I don't know what that is, I'm sorry. Oh my god, my characters are still dead! Oh my god. It would be better to not do more damage to the city. But how he wouldn't have known that. Like, he literally wouldn't have known that. I see red location names. Highly dangerous. When I go into the city, Fontaine City. Highly dangerous. It's really funny. I think it's because all my characters are like level 80 something. Even my main, Kaya, is only 82. I think it's why it's highly dangerous. I mean, we saw that. I couldn't handle that fight. I really, really wish. I bet a lot of people are complaining about the team, right? Like, you can't choose your team. That was so silly. Like, this team is like so I can like do this, like so I can run like this, and then so I can like glide up, you know? So when I'm traversing in the Archon quest, like it's literally just for that. And then have Lumine here for immersion. But Lumine didn't have artifacts.
Navia!
Can
it's
Silver
you.
and Malus not?
What brings you all here?
Hey, we're just having a look around.
Is Silver and Malus not come back? Can we not revive them? I'm so sad about that. And Kaya for looks. I was like, I swear, after the Newlet cutscene, he was like, ha ha ha, I swear all the other knights are. Like, you know that line that he has? I swear that was that line. It was like playing Kaya's idol, like after the cutscene. It's like, keep your traveler built. Yeah, someone stole her artifact. I don't know who has them. I think I just ran out of noblesse pieces. And like literally before the stream, I was like, or like when I was starting the Archon quest, I was like, let me give her her weapon, and I was like, I don't need to like move around the artifacts. I was like, it doesn't even matter. I'll change my team before I fight, and then like, I should have done it. I really should have done it because she at least would have been useful.
I'm here to update myself on how things.
But the
are
team
going
makes no
here.
sense anyway, so.
Oh, the Fatui are here too.
There's no bringing anyone back after they've been dissolved. We need to ask someone to bring them back.
Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garunt Snežević. Our residents are hard at work as well. Thanks to everyone, work is
Of course,
progressing
Navia.
nicely.
You should
We've
be the
lost
president.
a lot of people, but
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours. I especially like that article you wrote last year about Fontaine's stray cats. But if you don't mind, could you not emphasize our role too much in your report? It's not charity we're doing here. We just happen to share the same interests as the Spina.
I get where you're coming from. I'll keep it as simple as possible. Or would you be willing to feature as friendly neighbors?
I understand the thing where Navia
That
fell
would
into the
be fine.
primordial seawater.
Thanks.
I know, it seems weird because like, I understand that like when she fell in, she was put on trial, right? But like, that doesn't make sense that she would be the only one who got out of it. Or is it just because of Nubilet? Maybe it's just because like Nubilet was able to help her. Because like, if they're saying like, oh, she like withstood the trial and then like got out that way, that wouldn't make sense that she was the only one.
oh, you're back too. How are things?
And then like, why wouldn't why wouldn't Nuvolet help anyone else that got dissolved? You know, like when that person got dissolved on stage, like why wouldn't he have helped them? It doesn't really make sense. Maybe it actually happened or she imagined it. I don't know, but she must have actually fallen in the water. Because Nuvolet was there.
We finished laying down the construction materials. It'll be another hour before the workers are able to go over there.
Huh? You're here too, Clorand?
Because Clorand
well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole
Navia
duel business with Miss Farina. So she's here in Poisson to wait out the heat.
Close friends.
All right. She really came here to help me out.
Welcome back, Maestro. It wasn't concentrated enough to instantly dissolve her, and Nuvolet just pulled her out really fast. Yeah, possibly, because it like the primordial seawater at that point had like, I guess like merged with the other ocean waters, maybe.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina has need of more decision makers, and, well, I do already happen to be connected to Mr. Callis.
Okay, the queens of the Spina
Do you mind me asking a few questions? You know, about how you felt before the duel, about what it was like facing down a god. There's lots of exciting material there, I bet.
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme than that, Miss Charlotte.
I see you're the
She's
same
busy.
as always. Couldn't you do me a favor, for Navia's sake?
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few more photos of me. Or of the Traveler. It's better than wasting time
Charlotte.
persuading Clorand at any rate.
Of course I
We're
will.
busy here.
I'm not gonna let her off that easy.
We're like rebuilding
All right,
this
then
the
everyone who wants to be in
city.
the photo, gather up and smile.
No one cares about your photography.
How did it go? Was it a good shot? Did Paimon look
Of course,
cute in
Paimon, you
it?
always look cute.
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture.
That was not a good
Hang
photo,
on a minute,
Charlotte. No
let me snap
offense.
A few more shots.
No offense, Charlotte. That was a terrible photo. Like we were all like really awkwardly standing apart.
Later anyway, so let's call it a day.
Can we have a cuter photo that we can screenshot?
We're very quick.
Speed is of the essence when it comes to the news. And
Okay,
also
Charlotte, no one
not
cares.
Wow.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the Fortress of...
Whoa, you're...
That's a...
In truth,
That
I
guy's
told
like
him that it was best not to speak too
a
soon.
fanboy. Charlotte
You're
fanboy.
right. I've got to treasure every...
Stay safe now. And tell me if you hear anything interesting. I'll treat you to afternoon tea in exchange.
Silver Mulus. Go to the Fortress of Meropide. I want to talk to Clorand.
You seem curious about the fortress.
Of course. That Risley. I still remember going down to the fortress to grill him for information on my father's case. Boy, did he take me for a ride. Without telling me anything, of course.
But he did invite you to tea, didn't he?
2 large pots of it in...
I have to agree. The tea there is very good.
Speaking of that, would you like to have some today? I mean, you've got time, right?
You just ask her out.
Well, I'd be partial to some shortbread.
Wow, it's like we've got a menu or something.
Aww.
Sure.
Good.
That's cute.
What flavor
That's cute. That's
biscuits
cute.
would you like, Mr. Snezhevich?
Don't invite him.
I'm fine with
Don't
anything,
invite him.
but I
You're
would
not a part of
prefer
this, Mr.
chocolate,
Snezhevich.
Should you have it?
All right.
I'll go over the newly arrived supplies with you later.
Oh
That
my
works
god.
great.
He just ruined it.
Is it just me, or did you get a new lipstick?
I did. It was a gift from Sijuin. Want to give it a try?
Want to give it a try?
What? Too.
How are you gonna apply the lipstick on her, Navia? I mean, Clorand. What are you saying? Oh my gosh. That was worth. They had to invite him, the writers couldn't get away with that. Oh yeah, there's so many things like that. The writers are like, you know, they're including it, but they're like, we need plausible deniability, but they're absolutely including on purpose. You like the ship with those two? The whole killed or die baggage is a lot. Yeah, it is a lot. It is a lot. But they also like can support each other, you know, because they have had a shared past. Not to be like trauma bonding, but like Yeah, but her dad was like, you know, that's what he wanted.
Wow, guess we're here again, huh?
There was no plausible deniability with Jet. Exactly.
Looks like you've been missing us.
That's like the main one for sure. That's what makes me like know that they're doing it on purpose.
Of course. I'm here to welcome you.
And they just like
our dear Miss Charlotte.
Have to
who
like
our good head nurse
hide it a bit,
recommended
right?
to me.
Because he wouldn't know. He wouldn't know because he would only be playing as one character, right? But I guess that's the deniability. Like you wouldn't be able to. Most people wouldn't play it both as Ether and Lamine.
It's an honor to finally meet the much-rumored.
No need to thank me. But that said,
Of course, of course.
All right then, this way.
Where's Sageween? My girl. My little adorable daughter.
Hey, no,
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her.
Sir, please.
But
No, I.
now I might
They're
not
definitely
look it, but
dating,
I
come
had
on.
the boat that brought it. Still, if I might have.
Looks like Charlotte's trying to get herself another exclusive scoop.
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of our
How'd you
factory.
get it back in the water?
I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to get a shot of it.
This ship, man. The actual like boat ship. All the subjects in those desert quests was quite textual. Yeah, that quest is like 100%. You know, they want to include those things, but they like can't, right? And so they're including it in any way, like in a secret way. Top 3 pasta sauces? I don't know if I have a top 3. I don't know. I feel like it's not just the pasta sauce. Like, you know, like there's like different types of pasta. I don't know what I would have as my favorite.
Really? Well, then in that case, could I have an interview with you to make up for that loss?
I like those like fancy pastas.
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or
Did you really have to use the word? Well, then, two so.
Is my hair messed up?
Things sure are getting pretty lively here. Oh,
Oh,
seems like
she's
everyone's
here.
Would any of you like to try this new
No one
drink
wants to
I
try
came
your
up
drink. I'm
with?
sorry.
Ah, Sigeween.
Hey, Miss Charlotte. Why don't you, take some pretty photos of our head nurse?
He seems
Sure.
adorable.
Come on, Miss Sigeween, over this way. Let's find a brighter
She's
spot.
so cute.
Sure.
She's adorable.
So, how have things been at the fortress?
Wonder why she looks sort of human. I don't know. For the character appeal for some people. Dainsliff. You might have to wait like 2 more years.
Same old, as you can see. Fontaine's
I will definitely be
undergone
getting
some
Dainsliff.
changes, but this place is still more or less the same.
Most of the time, I like the Archon quest in general, but what I'm really, really invested in the most is the like we will be reunited quest. So every time I'm like waiting for the Dainsliff quest to show up after this one. I'm very excited. That's usually what I'm most excited for every patch. The keeping Zenless on 0 for the furries. Kind of. I saw some of the characters actually. I saw some like ads and like sponsors and stuff. I was like, oh, okay, that's the market for that.
Other than that flying ship, I got a
That's why I decided to let the interview go through.
You're too kind, sir.
Yeah. The Traveler quest is my absolute favorite.
I see.
Like my favorite quest
Lots
to
of
this
things
day is
happened
still
that
We
day,
Will
huh?
Be Reunited.
Anyway, regarding that Harbinger, I'm not
Nothing
sure
has
you
topped it
remember,
yet.
but his 3 young followers are still waiting for his return.
He sure did win them over, huh?
I'll tell them that there's good news and bad news. The good being that their boss seems fine, and the bad being that they must face extended sentences for abetting his escape.
Oh, actually...
What change can there be? The fortress will keep chugging along, and so will my duties. As to what Miss Farina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed,
Her departure?
we'll leave those
Where
to
is
the
she?
folks in the overworld.
Hey, everyone. The photo shoot's done.
What's she gonna do? I guess we'll find out. I bet they'll be the last person we
In
talk
that
to.
case, let's call it a day here.
Thanks for your cooperation.
What's
Come on,
Verina's
Traveler,
dream?
let's go. Till next time, everyone.
We will be reunited with the quest that kicked the overarching story into gear after Monster and Lua, which is one and done stories for the most part. Yeah, and I think I'm just like, it is cool that there's like the overarching story. And I think just like in terms of the Traveler and in terms of like personal motivation, that's what I'm most invested in. Like I've only almost cried in Genshin like twice. One was that, and the second one was maybe when Paimon was really sad that we like left her behind in Sumeru. I can't think of any. Maybe like Scaramouche, but honestly, I think like We Will Be Reunited is the most like emotionally compelling quest for me. And like that whole like just like traveling the siblings, right? Because like I don't know, that is like the main purpose of the game, you know? And I'm very invested in like Traveler, and even though she doesn't talk that much, like I'm really invested in Traveler, and especially a relationship with Paimon and whatever's going on with Abyss sibling. There's been some times I cried because this game, I got pretty close, but like I got like a bit teary-eyed, but I've never cried at this game yet.
There'll be a next time?
Maybe. Who knows? I might write a story about the underwater factory next time. Until then.
But I will. There's been some really.
Last stop, the docks.
There's been some really emotionally compelling scenes for sure. Adrienne, my girl.
Oh, you know, I'd love to see you in one of Charlotte's photo
Aw.
shoots one day.
Is that really necessary? Our line
Do
of
it
work
for
doesn't really
the
require much
Adrienne,
photographing.
Risley.
It's precisely because we don't need the picture that they'll have value as keepsakes. You don't really look all that opposed to the idea, you know.
And the Sub-Zero's festival is your most emotional moment? No, in the Sub-Zero Archon Quest, it was when Paimon was so sad. I almost cried. I'm just so invested with Paimon. But yeah, Dunya's art was sad as well. He cried at the end of the Chasm Quest with Xiao. Okay, true. I knew he wasn't gonna die, but it was really emotional for sure. That's another really good. That's definitely top 5 cutscene, I think. I can think of another one to go in there, but like, I guess We Will Be Reunited will be in the top 5 as well. So that would be my top 5. The 3 I said earlier, and then those 2.
Maybe I'm just happy that I managed to once again avoid the spotlight. I think this interview went well either way.
Isley, your boat is stupid.
Yes, you successfully kept prying eyes away by using Mr. Jurier and Miss Lorvine as shields. Very good.
I was like 40% sure. 40%? Nah, I was like at least like 65% sure.
You should be happy for them. They have a bright future ahead of them.
I'll have to look back at my reaction to that. I might have been more concerned than that. Who knows? What's next? I'm sorry, Risley. I do not miss the Fortress of Mirapede. I did not have fun in there. It's very exciting. I was really worried. I was talking about this, I was talking about this like last week, but I was really worried because like I played like 2 hours of I played this act for like 2 hours last stream, and like nothing was really happening, and I was so concerned because like there were so many plot threads to wrap up. I was like, there's not enough time to wrap it all up. But I think it's been fine. There's been a lot like thrown on us at once, but I think it's been fine. Although the one thing that like, where's Child? The one thing is like, where's Child? Maybe we'll find that out. I don't know. Where's Child? Where's Barina? I guess I would like to see her like living happily. I'm sorry, I'm just gonna jump down. This is silly. If I die now, it's gonna be really tragic. Would have been a good place for a story to end, but it would have been heartbreaking. Yeah. It would have been a good place for a story to end, but I just didn't think they would kill a playable character. You thought he had been spoiled by YouTube, but I thought he would die, and you've avoided spoilers much harder since then. Well, at least you got the relief that he didn't die. But yeah, it's annoying, like, thinking it got spoiled. The quest was too long. You started with Farina quest. Let's hope how it goes. The story quest? Does she have a story quest? Well, I should probably unlock these, huh? Because now you can, like, unlock them without starting it, right? I'll unlock the ones I'll probably do, like this. And then this. Okay. I say probably do, but it's probably not gonna happen. They really showed him the absolute minimum possible after he got arrested. Yeah, yeah. Even told that Hoyo versus killed playable characters in Honkai the Third. But this game is so different from Honkai, you know, probably, I don't know much about the Honkai story, but, you know, they have a very different philosophy going in, right? But maybe. I could see them killing, I could definitely see them killing playable characters in the future. But then they're taking away their ability to have Shao in future quests. So I don't think they'll do it like when there's so much of the game left. Especially Shao is like a fan favorite, right? There's so many. I'm sorry. I'm a kind of a story quest hater. A lot of them are really bad. Oh, it's Linny! Oh my god, I love Linny. Glad you got to see how it ended. Me too, me too.
Squall and Fury.
Are you saying you're not gonna play it yourself? No, I wouldn't watch it again if I already watched it.
I haven't seen them! They really are! Navia mentioned that she stayed in
Traveler,
Linny! Linny's my favorite Fontaine character.
Charlotte, too.
Still. Brina is like tied now, probably. I'm so glad I pulled for her. Because when I first met Farina, I didn't like her. But I guess it's like normal, right? Because she's like, but then as it went on, I'm like, ah, she's silly. I like her. And now like she's not just silly, she's like, you know, obviously amazing. She's like the most selfless, beautiful human. Hey, Lenny. I can't do that voice. You're torn between Nuvolette and Farina after that quest? Okay, true. That Nuvolette cutscene was pretty good. I think, yeah, for me, Nuvolette's a close third, but he doesn't have that, for me, he doesn't have that, like, emotional appeal, because he's, like, very unemotional, I guess. Well, he's not unemotional, but, like, he doesn't have that vulnerability that Farina has, where makes me very sold on her. You'll Sunflame, but I'll be skipping dialogue like mad. Yeah, fair. I mean, you've already watched it, I wouldn't watch it twice. If you're funding characters for Cowl, then you should have taken Paimon instead. They can take Paimon from my cold, dead hands. I will protect her till the end. If there's a choice at the end, like Ether or Paimon, like, sorry Ether, like, goodbye. Do a story quest? I know I should. But I have a lot of favorite characters who I've not done their story quest. I just find them, like, they don't have the best track record. Okay, it's just because, like, I did a lot of the story quests at the start, right? And a lot of the early ones are really bad and really boring. But I know they're getting better.
Would you like a magic pocket? What sort of gadget is it? It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things. The water level has returned to normal. But if you see any of your things floating around, you can use this to carry them. Or you could trick a friend into doing it for you. Trick a friend? I wonder which of my friends would fall for that.
So you done all the story quests, but you can't pay me to do a hangout quest? I've done 0. I've done like a few endings of
You could just make a friend like Fremine,
which is the first one I tried to do.
Isn't that right?
And then I haven't done any since. But I will do Kaya's, because I am a Kaya main.
Is this what you meant by I'll help you make some more friends?
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your contact, please?
Aw, Fremine and Charlotte friendship? That's cute.
Sure. Please, write down my address.
You sure are working hard to help Fremine socialize.
I don't think Charlotte will be a good friend for Fremine, though.
He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
Sounds like that would suit him.
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Pear as an assistant, and later Fremine himself. In the future, I think we can leave underwater escape magic to him too.
True.
That said, would
Are
anyone
they actually gonna
want
become
to
friends?
see a diver escape underwater?
I feel like Charlotte's gonna like take advantage of Primini.
Oh, it'll work out. Every journey begins with the first step. He'll become a part of our show eventually.
Lynette, could you come over? Miss Charlotte says she wants to take a picture of us.
Got it.
Just Lynette?
My, that
about us?
Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone the moment she realized I had something to say to you. So, how have
do you have
things
something
been,
to say to me,
traveler?
Lenny? Charlotte hangs up with him outside of work. She would be pushy enough to break him out of the shop. Maybe that's what he needs. I'm doing all right, Lenny.
Father says that you did a great deal during
Can
the
I meet your
latest
father
events.
again?
She's very grateful for your contributions to Fontaine.
That's alright. We were more than happy to help. So, what's she doing now?
Yeah, where's Arlecchino? We didn't get to see her again.
Oh, I guess you haven't heard. Well...
What happened?
After Lady Farina left, Father and Monsieur Nervillet opened negotiations, during which he gave Fontaine's gnosis to her as a diplomatic gift.
Of course. Of course. It wouldn't be an Archon quest without giving away the gnosis. Isn't the gnosis like useless
Yes,
now?
I was quite surprised at first myself. But when I thought it over, there were actually a number of things going for it. It could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Child, or as thanks for his help in tying the all-devouring
Where the hell is
Narwhal
Child?
down. Furthermore, Father did also lend significant aid to Fontaine and Poisson.
I want to see Arlecchino and I want to see Child and I want to see Farina.
That's true, but this is a gnosis we're talking about. Doesn't this seem a bit...
The 5-star, but we need a casual Farina hangout. She doesn't need any more high
I
stakes
would
drama in
agree,
her life.
but I've
This would have been the
also
time
heard
to do
that
like the A
it seems that
part 1
Monsieur
hangout
Nervillet
quest, you
has
know?
had a significant
Just
change
hang out
of
with
heart
her
regarding
and
the matter.
let her like live as a human and just like discover life, you know? Just do like normal things with her. That would actually make sense in this circumstance.
So there's some reason for this that only Nervillet knows about?
I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself. Ah, yes, speaking of which, I did see him strolling around the entrance to the Fortress of Meripede a while back.
Isn't he real busy and stuff? Paimon didn't think he'd have the time for that. But back to the topic. The gnosis was given to the knave, right? What about Child?
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to recover from his wounds. I hear that the recent disaster really did a number on his health.
I want to see him. He just disappeared. I still have his vision. Well, I guess I can now call him one of my war buddies.
That's true. When you think about it, we've had loads of run-ins with the Fatui. To think we
The
could
guidance story
collide
goes too.
with them this time.
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
Hello? Who is that? I don't even recognize the voice. Oh, wait, just kidding. Okay,
Father.
Well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the traveler.
She didn't sound familiar.
Please do not pay my accomplishments in Fontaine.
Thank you. You heard me say I wanted to meet you.
I would have done them regardless.
Are you going to take the gnosis back to Snezhnaya?
You say hi to Child for us.
That is our duty as harbingers, yes. Don't be too
Our
preoccupied with
duty?
sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. With such a grand goal in mind, it is inevitable that we must wear many masks.
Why does Traveler hate the
Switching
Fatui so
my
much?
masks is something I've always done.
Is it just because of the start? The start of the story? Like, surely by now. I guess they are a little bit evil. But, like, it's not that bad. The gods are worse. Like, it's fine. Will you keep to your position?
Well, that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the future holds. What good is honesty if you can't rely on it forever? As
Okay,
for
true.
you,
Nah, they did
I
do some
very
bad
much look
things.
forward to our next
I take that back.
collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved
They're
yourself
not that
to be
bad. Okay. Look, they're not that bad. The gods did worse, okay? Celestia did worse. Actually, I just remembered something. Please help us deliver this. Oh, the vision. Yes, we remembered to give it back.
A vision? All right. I'll remember to return it. Thank you for keeping it safe for him this entire time.
And that's a wrap for me.
I was like, oh,
you.
The scoop. It's time for the scoop.
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Hello. If I'm not mistaken, there are diplomatic channels I'll need to report to take a photo of you.
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our dear magicians and our upcoming rookie talent.
I will.
Charlotte's like,
the sea
no.
breeze is
Oh my
quite
gosh.
pleasant. I shall continue my walk while the weather remains so agreeable. Farewell.
Farewell, Father.
Oh, I'm so sad we didn't get to see Child again.
She has such an intimidating presence.
But I'm glad he's
I
okay.
didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up
Was
all
he
my
using
pre-scheduled
was he
interviews.
using his
Thank you all. This will be more than enough for me
delusion
to write
form the
about,
whole
I'm sure.
time that he was fighting?
Don't be too nervous. Why don't
He
you
must
take
be
a magic
really hurt.
packet before you go? Here, Traveler, Paimon, you take one too.
No selfie with the name. Charlotte's photos are bad anyway.
That's right. Funny.
Yeah, he's on the Foul
I was
Legacy
giving
form
out
for
magic
weeks. He must
pockets
be
when we
like
first
dead by
met,
now.
too. And what do you know?
Did you get like tepid?
I'm doing the exact same thing right now. So many things have happened, but the pockets are still the
That's
pockets.
true. You did point out
I
that we
guess
got
this
a
must
call
be
back.
life. We will all
This must
follow
be
our own
life.
path, and serendipity will lead you
What
to
they
your
what
fated
you
friends.
humans call life.
All right then. We'll be handing out pockets in some other districts later, so we'll get going now. Have a
I
good
got
day,
you into
two.
probably showing up in a random event, a couple patches. True. He just shows up and he's like, okay, time to write poetry. Like he just kind of shows up randomly. Next time we see Child, he's old. Oh my god. No, I can't.
Well, guess we sent Charlotte off. Shall we go
Look
see
for
what
Nuvolette.
Nuvolette's doing? Of course he's not.
What about Farina? We surely get to see Farina at the end, right? I'm so worried about that girl.
The wind rises.
Are you trying to combine old and child? Is that? Or are you trying to do an emote? The Foul Legacy form is something you learn from Skirk rather than the power from his delusion. It's only when he uses Electro that he gets drained by the delusion. It looked like he was using Electro, but
Quit following me.
maybe he's able to sustain it more. Oh, I almost jumped off the edge. Look how close I was. Oh, it's not very far down. Never mind. It like randomly changed the camera. Okay. Cause it changes the camera angle, but like I'm holding forward. I'm holding forward and it like runs me in a different direction, you know? He's using Electro. He's old now. I just think he went from child to old. It was a very funny and clever joke. It was.
Behold.
I jumped behind him right before that happened and barely landed on the edge. Oh my gosh. This game. But was this always like that? I didn't realize it was like that.
So, you really are here, Nuvolette. Paimon didn't think you were going to have free time this hour of the day.
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Linney. He took the time to greet me earlier when he passed this way. In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering reaching out to you to set up a meeting, so I may explain some things that I haven't had the time to before.
Aw, Paimon's glad that you remembered. Thank you for keeping us on your mind.
Oh,
while
you're
we've
the
been
guy.
Busy and all. All right, let's have it then. How was Fontaine actually saved? The whole business is still quite the mystery.
Oh, they're
to
gonna
us.
explain things, okay?
It is strange how words can often leave a bitter taste in the mouth when it finally comes time to say them out loud.
Oh, but we saw it. Yeah. We saw it. I got confused. Never mind. I still don't really understand how like the Heavenly Principles is fooled by that, but fair enough. I only saw Farina's part myself.
Fossilor destroyed the divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your power to you, transforming you into a fully fledged elemental dragon sovereign. But Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did to save the Fontanians from dissolving.
You just did dragon things.
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control over the hydro element. Fontanians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea, with constitutions similar to that of mimics. But so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood, after the fashion in which life was first brought into being on this planet. In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontanians became true humans, and thus would naturally no longer be
did the
dissolved
sin
by
again.
water from the primordial sea.
He did the sin again.
Focalor must have counted on you to make that decision as well.
Yeah, we saw that part, yeah.
To making the prophecy appear to have come true while saving everyone.
Evelyn Principles held the Hydro Archon responsible. Was only concerned with seeing that prophecy completed. They are weird. That doesn't really make sense. Not even the same person.
Yeah, and in a manner of speaking, Focalor finally managed to fulfill the original
Use an answer to the
Hydro
heavenly
Archon's
principles.
wish
Oh,
to
true,
turn
true.
Oceanids into real people too.
They took the power from him. My headphones are dying. My headphones died. Hold on. Let me switch. I don't usually stream Genshin long enough for my headphones to die. I think I need to connect them again. Here. Okay, it's back. It's back. We're fun.
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask.
Ooh, is this the question part? But what about Farina? Where's she?
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
About the initial verdict that was passed on, child.
I have investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young. There, by chance, he awakened the all-devouring narwhal.
All-devouring narwhal. I think they should just call it the primordial whale. It sounds cooler.
But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root cause of the disaster. At most, he would have had tangential liability.
True.
As for the judgment passed by the oratrice during the trial, whether it was due to that liability by association or Focalor deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold the creature off.
Still getting caught up in things. He's always someone's pawn, you know?
Guess Focalor had Fontanians in mind the whole time. In the end, it was thanks to her that they finally became real humans. Hang on a second. Paimon suddenly got another question. Back when Fontanians hadn't yet become real humans, were the children they had also transformed Oceanids?
That is weird.
Life has always flowed like water. Do you recall how Fontanians would often come to the Fountain of Lucine to pray for children?
Yeah, Lynette said the fountain is where all the waters in Fontaine converge.
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere custom, but instead a form of ritual. Those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would later descend as new humans in the coming months.
Paimon sorta gets it now. Either way, it seems like this ritual won't be of any further use, but it'll probably live on as a local custom.
I'd be so upset if I was a Fontanian. I was like, and I went through childbirth when I didn't need to. Like, I could have just, like, scooped up some water, you know? Like, I guess now it doesn't matter.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
About Fontaine's future.
Yeah, about that. Risley said Farina has already left. What's that all about?
Yeah, where'd she go?
Ah, Lady Farina. The people are only aware that her death sentence has not been carried out. She abdicated the post of Hydro Archon and left
Where'd she
affairs
go?
related to that title to me, before leaving the Opera House. I related Focalor's words to her faithfully and completely. After hearing them, she seemed neither saddened nor comforted.
Aww.
She simply said that she was tired and needed to rest. Having said that, she then packed her things and moved out of the Opera House, not unlike how an ordinary person might.
But she's still got a place to stay, right?
You need not worry. I will make arrangements to ensure that she will not want for food, clothing, board, or travel. In truth, I am somewhat happy for her. The wear and tear on her spirit will, of course, take time to heal. But now that she no longer has to play the role of Focalor the Hydro Archon, she can finally lay down her burdens and lead a normal
I want to
life.
say hi to her again.
What about you then? What are your plans now that you've regained your full powers as the Hydro Dragon?
After Focalor passed on, the Oratrice also ceased to function. This matter will directly affect our trials. After much careful consideration, I've decided to take over its role in our courts.
I think they should stop
From
doing
now on,
the audience
I shall hear
thing. It's
cases
weird.
and pass verdicts by myself.
Looks like you're still considering stuff from the perspective of the Udex, huh?
As an elemental dragon, there are indeed many things that I must do. But this power and this duty, in a manner of speaking, you could say that both were granted to me. As such, before I attend to my other responsibilities, I must first and foremost continue to serve Fontaine as its highest judge. The duty of the Hydro Sovereign and the duty of the Udex shall coexist within my person. Additionally, the Hydro Archon's departure has brought about another problem, which is that the Opera House shall no longer produce indemnitium.
That's true. That power was derived from the people's faith in the Hydro Archon, wasn't it? Wait, but the various mechs and machines in the city are all still okay.
As I am now, I
It does
have
only
full
job.
command over New Musia, and it can serve as a complete substitute. Another reason why I
New
cannot
Musia-
quite
New
leave
Musia.
Fontaine immediately.
Wow. This ancient dragon's authority stuff is really quite useful, huh?
Ask away.
Just set up
I
like
will tell you
dams.
the truth as I know it.
I don't really care about the noses.
Leaving aside their intentionality, their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, the Oratrice has ceased to function
Oh, yeah.
as such.
They all
it
get
is
the
lost.
noses.
If
It's
the Fatui have
fine.
impure designs, then we might as well accede to their request now.
What complicated considerations? Paimon thought
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know
His
it.
gameplay doesn't change. Imagine like imagine like wait, I was gonna say like Farina didn't get a vision. Maybe she gets a vision in her story quest. But imagine like they give us a free constellation of Nouvellette.
You will soon be heading to Natlan, I presume.
Ooh.
I'm afraid that I have little talent as a travel guide, so all I can do is tell you what I know about that land.
Tell us about what's her name?
As
I forgot.
far as I'm aware, Natlan can be said to be a nation of dragons.
a nation of dragons? You mean like you?
No, I suspect that I would not find myself welcome there.
Not my type of dragons.
Unlike
different
ancient dragons such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have undergone long years of development and evolution. Large numbers of them have entered a form of coexistence with humanity. Natlan is also the nation of war.
Natalon.
War
I'll say
ravages
Natlan.
those lands like an undying flame. There is one other piece of information I got incidentally from my negotiations with the Knave that I
Not
believe
my
may
dragon.
be useful to
They're
you.
different. Not like me.
The
I'm the
harbinger
cool
known as the
dragon.
Captain has thrown his hat into the endless ring of war.
Captain. Sounds like a real tough customer. Seriously, everyone
We get to meet the
are
guy.
doing their thing.
The captain.
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan. In the meantime,
What's our Archon's
Fontaine's
name again?
doors
It's
will
slipping my
always
mind.
be open to you.
What's her name?
Ask away.
On the tip of my
I
tongue.
will tell you the truth as I know it.
Oh, I asked all the questions. Goodbye.
Hang on a sec. Paimon's still got a question about the Gnosis.
Oh, you have another question.
When we
No one
spoke to
cares
Winnie
about the
earlier,
Gnosis.
She mentioned that your attitude towards giving away the Gnosis had clearly changed. We guessed that there might be some reason for it that only you were aware of.
Murata?
Is
that right?
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intelligence division. They are certainly sharp. So regarding this specific issue, I was just getting ready to share something with you.
What do you mean you're getting ready to share something with me?
In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
What? You sent us back and then talk with Skirk? How rude!
Well, we're going to head topside to see what's going on. You hurry over soon as well, alright, Nervalette?
How did we even leave? Oh, he let us leave.
What
I was
next?
like,
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here, so I'm no longer getting any interference. I can finally catch
we
the
left our
scent of your
own.
power, what it's made of. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's
He's
curse
so
mixed
tall.
in. It's quite a novel blend. I'm sure I've encountered something like this before. What was it again?
I do not know what you speak of.
Ah, of course. How could I forget? You should have the remains of the third descender on your person, yes?
Remains? I've never heard of any such thing.
He's a third descender.
Huh. According to your parlance, I believe it may be called a gnosis.
Well, that much is true. After Focalor's divinity faded, she handed her gnosis to me.
The remains of the
But I fear I have
descender
never
is the
heard of it described in the
gnosis?
manner
What's
that you
that
just
mean?
did.
I've been training with my master, the Fowl, ever since I was young, and I have never
Remains?
returned to the surface since. So most of the information I possess, I got from him. It is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of common sense, which is why there are so many problems in our attempts to communicate with humans. Regardless, you should probably get rid of objects of misfortune to prevent any disasters from befalling you. To live in itself is a blessing. But once a person dies, the bonds he once had with this world shall all turn to curses.
What do you mean by that?
No need to fret.
What does that mean?
These are just my personal thoughts, and my reason for no longer wishing to return to the surface.
This third descender you refer to, who are they? And when did they die?
Master never mentioned them to me. Perhaps it just wasn't that important for me to know. If you're
Alpha just looks
interested,
so out of
though, I
place.
could ask him. I'll
But
be
maybe
sure
that's
to
because
pass
she's
the
from the
answer on
Abyss,
to
you know?
next time.
Next
The Abyss
time,
people built different.
you believe we will meet again?
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own, don't I? He can be the messenger then.
Poor child. Yeah, I guess it's practical. Yeah, maybe that's what's practical for Abyss.
That's what she told me. Whether it would prove useful or not, I
So
wanted to
wait,
pass
you're
that
saying the 7
information
gnosis are
on to
made from
you.
the body of the third descender? I was just wondering that. I was like, is it like just that gnosis is made from the third descender? It was split into 7, or is it like there's not 7 descenders? That's not. There's not that many. So I guess it has to be just one. Do we know? I can't remember if we know who the descenders are. We just know that it's not. We just know that it's not Ether. Because Nahida was like, oh, Ether's not one of them. I just doesn't look practical anywhere. Imagine. Like. Just, yeah, I mean, it just seems very impractical for everything. The third descender, it just Gwen, that is the smartest theory. That must be it. That literally must be it.
The remains of the third descender? So that's what the Gnosis actually are. Paimon just thought they looked like chess pieces. How could they be a person's remains?
That's my headcanon from now on.
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special metaphor at play, that is what she meant to say.
Being as little as possible is practical if you want to move quickly, as long as you're not sling. I don't know what that means. No, because it's like it's not the amount of clothes. It's like the straps everywhere. Like it's like crisscrossing all across her back. Like that seems impractical. Like if she was wearing like a bodysuit, like that seems more practical. Okay, if you don't know what it means, okay, maybe I just don't want to know, right?
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that you should check it.
That slang, that slang is only for Honkai Impact the 3rd players.
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary risk by keeping it here.
So the Tritza gathers all the chests pieces, and she like makes them into a body, and then we fight at the end. We fight against the heavenly principles, and we have like a chess man next to us, where the arms and legs are like chess pieces. A descender. She mentions one of them. I am the 4th descender. For me, this information means 2 things. Yo, my Lumine voice was so good. That was actually really good, right? 1, that the Gnosis are related to descenders. And 2, that's the one who came before me and has already died.
I had guessed that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did not expect you to be one
Of
of them.
course I'm one of them, Nuvalet. But she's the 4th one, okay. There's only 4. Chess mech, yeah, exactly, that's what I'm imagining.
That means that the Gnosis, which are exceedingly element compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities, do indeed come from the 3rd descender.
That's true, we don't need a vision.
I wonder, does your body also
Oh,
possess
please
similar
don't cut me up into
properties?
chess pieces. You're being real suspicious here.
Like being able to use elemental powers without a vision. That does sort of count as special compatibility, right?
Nuvalet just makes us into like a checkers
Think about this stuff
piece.
now. It just feels creepy. Comparing the Traveler to the dead 3rd descender and all.
Don't worry, I won't die so easily.
That's what you say, but this topic still feels like bad luck. Once child recovers, let's get some more answers out
Oh my
of
gosh.
him. Or go
Archon
to
Quest
Professor and get
interlude?
the answers
We go to Sneznaya and we say hi to
I too believe it
Child.
unwise to make too many blind guesses when information is lacking. The same is true of being at court.
Alright. Whatever the case, it seems like the crisis here in Fontaine's over for now.
I want to see
Yes.
Farina.
All
Oh, I really want to do
Fauchelot's
Farina's,
efforts were for
Farina's
this moment
quest
as
now.
well.
But she sacrificed herself in the end as a god, and she suffered through all those years as a human. Was that really what she wanted?
I suppose that would be the mystery of a god's will.
Can you understand the will of the
I
gods?
suspect not. But once in a while, I too would guess that if wishes were like the clouds in the sky, they will one day return to the earth as raindrops.
Ah.
Life flows like water, and rain is the final answer. The water levels may sometimes tilt one way or another, but the rain falls fairly upon all. And what, ultimately, is the difference between the rains that fall upon all of us?
What? What? Wow. Oh, we have Traveler. We have Traveler constellations. But I'm not going to do anything
from
after
your
Traveler.
expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask. Ask
Is there more
away.
things I can ask?
I will tell you the truth as I know.
Oh, I've already asked you these things.
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan. In the meantime, Fontaine's doors
Thank
will
you,
always be open
Nuvalet.
to you.
Wow, that was a nice wrap up. I think the Archon Quest was pretty good. Like overall, I think this last act was way better than the previous act. So, I will say I thought the trials were fun, but they were kind of like annoying at times to me. Because it was like kind of like some of the stuff we're debating is so weird, right? Like, and like the court is like guilty until proven innocent, which is like also weird. I can't even remember what happened. I need to like remember what happened in the previous parts. I guess there was the first act was Navia, and then there was like the stuff with Child, and then there was all the stuff in the jail. I would say like I didn't hate the jail part as much as some people, but it definitely wasn't the strongest part of the Archon Quest.
Relax.
It definitely didn't. Yeah, it wasn't the strongest part of the Archon Quest. I think Act 4 was definitely the strongest. This act was really, really good. I think this is the best one so far. Both are kind of confirmed the theory I had because of A. What's the theory? Jail was fun, but I can see why people would dislike it. Yeah, I don't think it was like the strongest section. I thought it was like fine, but it also like I was kind of annoyed at the end. Like nothing ended up really mattering at the end. Like we were uncovering all these mysteries, but the mysteries were meaningless in the end. And it didn't really make sense like when it comes to like the timeline. Like, we're supposed to be in jail for 45 days. But then we're like, oh, like the monthly cleaning, the monthly pipe cleaning. And it sounded like month had gone by. So I was like, that's kind of weird. Like, that doesn't make sense. And then like presumably like Child had been in there long enough to become legend, which doesn't make sense at all. Like, he was there like recently, no? Because we like went, it just didn't really make sense to me. I think you do in Fontaine matters. Maybe. Ace Attorney, true crime, true. Prison sucks. Still
There's
in
no
prison.
such thing as pure
Cutscene.
freedom in this
True.
world.
Ace Attorney
Even the
God
wind cannot go on
Edition.
forever.
You're right. Ace Attorney God Edition was epic. Wait, are we in? Was that Act 5? I thought I was still in Act 4. Maybe it was Act 4 and 5. It was pretty long. I need to clean the 3 times a month. There's only a few guys that were into Child. It's only those few guys that are into Child. What?
You think I've
No,
got a shot,
they kept
Tom?
mentioning monthly
I
pipe
just
cleaning
tell it
day,
like
and that
it
really
is.
confused me.
If
Maybe it was just
someone
like
can't handle it,
miswritten,
maybe
like
that's their
mistranslated.
problem.
Yeah, 3 and 4 were both prison for sure. Oh yeah, no, right now we're in Act 5. Yeah, sorry. I was getting confused. Like, I thought we did 2 acts in 4.2, but yeah, it's just 1. It's Act 5. Yeah. No, it's not that. It's not about the guys that are like fans of Child, like his groupies or his like gang. It's the fact that like all the things that he did and then disappeared were like so far in the past that like no one knew who he was, right? Like it's like the timeline seems off on that because like in my mind like we went into the prison like, you know, like within like a few weeks probably of like when Child was sentenced because we were like investigating, right? And then like he had become like legend, like urban legend in the prison, which makes no sense. Like people would, like I would assume people would be like, oh yeah, that Fatui Harbinger, or like that guy, like, you know, from like 2 weeks ago. Like that didn't make any sense to me. The enforcement was also kind of just 1. Yeah, I kind of don't really realize when acts begin and end. I think this one should have been maybe 2 acts. Inazuma with the act speed under 2 hours. Yeah, I have trauma from Inazuma Act 3. That's why I was so worried about this one. I was like, no, it can't happen again. But yeah, it's getting late now, so I think I will leave it here. I had a great time. I had such a great time with this ARCHON quest. I'm glad I didn't get spoiled. I saw a few things, and I saw like clips, like not clips, but I saw like thumbnails and like I saw like titles of theories and stuff like that. But I didn't exactly know what was gonna happen, so that was good. I knew a few things. Like I was like, oh, I'm pretty sure Freya's gonna sacrifice herself. That's not really like a spoiler. But yeah, I join the Discord if you haven't already. I'm gonna watch all the lore videos. I'm gonna watch all the theory videos after this, and we all can discuss. Yeah, because I don't think they explain why Child Vision stopped working. So maybe there's still some loose ends left to wrap up. Glad Skirk exists to draw all the spoiler discussion away from the rest. But they showed her in the trailer too. So yeah, it wasn't I didn't really get anything big spoiled. Like I saw like screenshots of some of the cutscenes, but I didn't see the Nouvellette one, thank God. It was pretty good. That was super fun. Yeah, I'm glad we all got to experience it together. There's a lot of hype moments and stuff like that. And we all laughed, we all cried, we all gasped in surprise together. And yeah, have a good rest tonight, Gwen. Thanks for watching. Hi, bye, Jack. That Freya's profile, I saw the ARCHON Quest 5 different times, so I ended up being wrong about that. True. Sometimes you see things and you don't know. But yeah, we'll discuss all in the Discord later, or my next stream will be on Saturday, so you can. We might not talk about Genshin during the Just Chatting stream. Well, maybe we'll keep it in the Discord so people don't get mad at us. But yeah, thank you guys so much for watching. Thanks for enjoying the ARCHON Quest along with me, and yeah, I'll be streaming Genshin again next Wednesday, and I'll have watched a bunch of theories so we can discuss it all there and in the Discord. Have a good rest of your evening, and hopefully I'll see you guys next time. Bye, everyone!